Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Book 1. Chapter 1. The night was silent and starless, the sky hidden beneath charcoal clouds, so quiet Charlie could hear the horses moving about within their stalls. He crouched low by the side of the stable, his heart beating erratically, and thought to himself that this was the stupidest thing he had ever done. Charlie peeked around the corner. The house was dark. He licked his lips and took a breath to steady himself. Hands pressed flat against the rough, wooden wall, Charlie crept along the side of the stable, his eyes never leaving the house. Sweat slid down the side of his nose despite the chill of the night air. He inched closer to the stable door. A few more steps and he would be inside. After that he had only to open the stalls, then slip away. The horses would take care of the rest themselves. Charlie's foot struck some unseen thing in the darkness. It tipped over with a horrible clang that thundered in the silence. Charlie froze with his gaze fixed on the back door. Minutes crawled by. Nothing happened. He let out a breath and reached for the iron handle on the stable door. The back porch light came on, casting a pale yellow glow across the steps. It was pure instinct that made Charlie drop behind a pile of hay only seconds before the back door opened. The whine of the hinges cut through the night like a knife. A heavy-booted foot stepped out onto the porch, accompanied by the click of a shotgun being snapped shut. Charlie pressed a hand to his mouth in an attempt to stifle his rapid breath. What would it feel like to be shot? Would it hurt, or would he be dead before he even knew what hit him? A low moan escaped his frozen lips. He began to shake, sure he was going to scream, sure he was going to die, sure he would never see 15. The crack of the door shutting was so close to the sound of gunfire that Charlie did scream, but his throat was so tight it came out as nothing more than a squeak. The porch light went out. That was enough for Charlie. Forget the dare, forget Thomas, forget the consequences of running away, all he could think about now was getting far away from the business end of that shotgun. Charlie crawled out from behind the hay and ran full out all the way back to the home. The lights were out, as they were when he left, so at least no one had noticed him missing. Charlie jumped up, grabbed the top of the tall wooden fence, and swung himself over into the backyard. He crossed beneath the basketball hoop to the window of his room. All he wanted was to crawl into bed and pretend this night never happened. At least until tomorrow. The window was shut tight. Charlie stared at it with a sinking feeling in his gut. He'd left the window open. He was sure of it. But now it was shut and there was no way to open it from the outside. Thomas, it had to be, he was the only one who knew Charlie was out tonight. The clouds broke and icy rain began to fall. Charlie leaned against the side of the house, his head hanging. There was only one option for him now, and he dreaded it. It took 3 taps on the window before the curtains moved and Grant's face appeared. He frowned at Charlie, slowly shaking his head, then pushed the window open. "Get in here." Charlie climbed up into the bedroom and stood staring down at the dark carpet, waiting for the lecture. "Shut the window. You're letting the rain in." Grant went over to his closet and pulled out a bathrobe. "Here, put this on before you freeze to death, Dot." Charlie peeled off his wet clothes and slipped into the robe. It was warm and soft against his shivering body. "Well, thanks for the help. Guess I better get to bed." He started for the door. Grant grabbed the collar of the robe and hauled him back. "Not before you tell me what you were doing out in the rain at." He squinted at the wall clock. 3 in the morning. "I went for a walk." There was a warning tone in Grant's voice as he spoke. "It's too early for stories, Charlie. Come on, what were you up to?" Charlie shrugged. "I had something to do." Grant studied his face and sighed. "How bad is it this time? Can we expect a visit from the town constables?" It was just a stupid dare. Charlie scuffed his bare foot against the carpet. I didn't even go through with it. What kind of dare? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. And it will continue to matter so long as I'm the one cleaning up your messes and trying to keep you out of jail. So spill it. Thomas dared me to sneak out to Mr. Jennell's place and let his carriage horses out of the stable. He flushed at the disapproval in Grant's eyes. I wasn't going to hurt them or steal them or anything like that. The worst thing that would have happened is Mr. Jennell would have had to round them up tomorrow. He'd have lost 1 day of business at the most. Besides, Thomas said if I did it he'd lay off me for a while. But you didn't do it? No. Mr. Jennell came out the back door with a shotgun and I got scared. I ran away. It embarrassed him to admit that, even to Grant. Damn it, Charlie, you could have gotten yourself killed. How many times have I told you not to let Thomas talk you into these things? I know. Charlie sank onto the edge of the bed. But you don't understand. It's easier to do what he says. A lot easier. I know that. Grant laid a hand on his shoulder. But so long as you keep playing into his hands, things are only going to get worse. Someday he's going to put you in real trouble, the kind of trouble I can't get you out of. You need to grow a spine and make him back off before it's too late. Charlie stared at the floor, his eyes burning. It was a fine thing for Grant to stand there lecturing him about handling Thomas, when he was the only person that might stand a chance of reining him in and he wouldn't even try. Go on and get to bed before someone sees you're gone. Charlie rose and trudged toward the door. He was about to step into the hall when Grant called his name. He looked over his shoulder. What? What do you have to do, now that you couldn't follow through on the dare? You'll find out at breakfast. Charlie's stomach knotted at the mere thought of it. Along with everybody else. Chapter 2. Conversation fell silent as Charlie entered the dining room. All eyes fixed on him, confirming his fear that Thomas had already given everyone a heads up on what was about to happen. Grant frowned, shaking his head, but made no move to interfere. 2 tables over, Thomas leaned back in his chair with his arms folded across his chest, his face wearing that smug cat who ate the canary grin. Charlie crossed the room to his table, hating him more with every passing second. Thomas kicked out a chair. Showtime. His buddies snickered. Gritting his teeth, Charlie used the chair to climb up on the table. He stood there a long moment with his head hung, allowing his shaggy hair to hide his face. In that moment, he wished that Mr. Jennell had caught him. He thought he'd rather go to jail, or even be shot, than do this. Thomas kicked the underside of the table, making Charlie jump. You lost the dare, he said, his voice low. Now pay up or you know what happens. Charlie glanced at Peter, who was staring at him with wide brown eyes. Peter, the newest addition to their little family, reminded Charlie so much of himself at that age. It wasn't easy to be 7 and to find yourself dumped in a place like the home, with no one to protect you from guys like Thomas. Keeping his eyes focused on the table, Charlie dropped his robe and started a slow walk, stark naked. The whistles and catcalls started, the laughter. Charlie couldn't help but flush with shame, which only added to the amusement of the other boys. Surely he would drop dead from embarrassment before he reached the end of the table. He didn't even make it halfway. The dining room door banged open and Mr. Whinstone stormed into the room. What is going on in Charlie? He marched up to the table, where Charlie now stood frozen in place. Get down from there this instant, . Charlie came back up the table at a quicker pace, grabbing his robe as he jumped off the end of the table. He wasn't sure whether he should be relieved to see Mr. Whinstone or not, but at least his punishment would be less public than this. Mr. Whinstone let Charlie get his robe back on before he grabbed him by the arm. I want silence in this room. His glare encompassed all the boys. Absolute silence. The next boy who so much as breathes loudly will get the whip. The room fell mostly silent as the boys stifled their laughter and turned their eyes back to their plates. Mr. Winestone hauled Charlie out of the room and all the way to the back door before releasing him. "I swear, I don't know what I'm going to do with you," Mr. Winestone said, shaking his head. "Who put you up to this?" Charlie stared silently at the floor. "I know someone must have. I've been in charge of this place a long time. I've seen boys come and go, and I can see that you are not a bad boy. Misguided, perhaps, but not bad. So I want you to tell me, right now, who put you up to this?" Charlie continued to stare at the floor. Mr. Winestone might have been in charge of the home, might have thought he knew everything that went on in it, but he might as well have been a doorpost for all that he saw. "I swear I don't understand you at all," Mr. Winestone said. "Protecting him won't do you a bit of good. It won't earn you respect or friendship or whatever it is you're looking for. Whoever this boy is, I can assure you that he is, right now, laughing at you, and he will be laughing still harder if you take punishment he rightly deserves. So you tell me, right now. Otherwise I'll have to put you in the box." Mr. Winestone must have been a boy once, but he had obviously forgotten the experience. Telling on Thomas, getting him punished, that would only make things worse, not better. And, no matter how much pleasure it would give him to see Thomas get his comeuppance, Charlie knew such pleasure would be short-lived. "Very well, Charlie, have it your way." Mr. Winestone turned him around and marched him into the yard. The box was a coffin set up on its end and braced against the fence surrounding the backyard. Sweltering in the summer, frigid in the winter, the box stank of vomit and urine and sweat and tears no matter how thoroughly it was cleaned. Mr. Winestone unlocked the padlock and slid free the chain that held the door shut, then opened the box. "I'll give you one last chance to do the wise thing. Otherwise, I'll have to put this on your record." Charlie stared at the ground. What was one more black mark on his record? He was more concerned with the present than what doors his record might shut in the future. Thomas would come out of the box angry, and he would take that anger out on Charlie, or worse, on Peter. So he held his tongue and said nothing. The box was bad, but the alternative could only be worse. He would simply have to hold fast to the fact that Thomas would be 18 next year and out of his life forever, and be content with that. Charlie turned and backed into the box, watching the line of sky grow thinner as Mr. Winestone pushed the door shut. There came a rattle of chain and the familiar snick of the padlock being closed. Alone in the dark, trying not to gag on the smell, Charlie envisioned all the ways he would someday get his revenge. If only he had the nerve to follow through on any of them. Chapter 3. An hour can seem like an eternity when you're alone in the dark, with nothing but your thoughts to keep you company. By the time Mr. Winestone came to let him out, Charlie was sweating profusely, adding his own scent to the unique perfume of the box. "Go to your room and get dressed," Mr. Winestone said. "Then go on to school. You can tell Ms. Video that I kept you late." "Yes, sir," Charlie muttered. He limped as he made his way to his room. An hour on his feet had left his leg muscles cramped and sore. His roommates, Duncan and Elven, were already gone, so Charlie had a few moments of privacy before he must face humiliation once more. How he dreaded the thought of going to school today. He envied Grant who, for some reason unknown to Charlie, did not attend school with the rest of the children. The school was directly across the street from the home. It was a single-story, red brick building with a basement that housed a complex heating and cooling unit. Unfortunately, the unit hadn't been serviced in years, and all it now managed to do was pump out tepid air year-round. The boys called it the big box, though never in front of an adult. Charlie entered the school and passed several locked doors. The little windows in these doors showed empty, dust-covered rooms with cobwebs and grimy floors. Only one room was currently in use. The old dwarf who tended the school was mopping the floor, but paused at Charlie's approach. Wizened eyes looked out of a face that was nearly covered by a mass of hair, beard, mustache and eyebrows so uniform in length and color it was impossible to tell where one ended and another began. I know. I'm late." Charlie glanced through the window into the classroom, then back to the dwarf. "Did you hear anything? About me?" The dwarf, whom all the kids called Grandpa because no one could pronounce his proper name, gave Charlie a sympathetic look before returning to his mopping. Charlie's shoulders sank along with his heart. If Grandpa knew, then Spree must have told him, and if Spree knew, then Charlie's worst fears were realized. Thomas must have broadcast what happened this morning to the entire class. Talking was strictly forbidden, but such rules were impossible to impose on a telepath. Charlie stared at the door, his stomach churning. From the other boys the laughter was bad enough, but they shared their small classroom with the girls from Ms. Pettyman's, and Charlie wasn't sure he could stand the giggles hidden behind slender hands, the laughing looks. There was one pair of eyes in particular, green eyes like emeralds, that he dreaded to see laughing at him more than any other. Her name was Miranda, a fact he discovered a few months ago after finally working up the nerve to drop a note on her desk as he was leaving the classroom. The next day, a piece of pink paper lay on his desk with Miranda written on it in a flowing script. After reading it, he'd looked across the aisle at her. She smiled, and his heart did a little sideways dance. It was his own bad luck that Thomas saw and got one of his lackeys to go up and tell the teacher what was going on. Charlie had seen Ms. Video coming toward his desk. She saw the note in his hands, but before she could reach him, he'd stuffed the thing in his mouth and managed to swallow most of it without throwing up. He spent the next 3 weeks scrubbing blood off the floors of the hospital down the street, and every time he began to wonder if it was worth it, he would think of her smile and know that it was. To think she might look on him now as a fool was too much to bear. Ms. Video looked up from the chalkboard as Charlie entered the room. He could feel the eyes of the other children upon him, could almost hear the silent laughter, but he held his head high and kept his gaze focused straight ahead as he made his way to the teacher's desk. The middle-aged schoolteacher looked at Charlie over the top of her spectacles. "You are late." "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Winestone kept me." One penciled-on brow lifted. If I were to ask Mr. Winestone about that, would he say the same? "Yes, ma'am." "All right, take your seat." Charlie walked down the center aisle, which separated the boys from the girls, and pretended not to notice the smirks. And then, by a sort of intentional accident, Charlie glanced at Miranda and nearly stumbled to a stop. Was that sympathy in those bright green eyes? Or was it only wishful thinking? There was no time to figure it out, for Ms. Video was turning now to face the class and Charlie had to take his seat. If only she had kept her back turned a second longer, maybe he could have been sure. "Today, class, Ms. Video began in her most officious voice, we will review the key points in the history of the long war between Angland and Kiloreen." Charlie stared down at his hands. He'd forgotten the 100th anniversary of the war's ending was fast approaching. Every year at this time Ms. Video insisted on repeating the same old facts everybody already knew. It was tedious and boring and a little painful, at least for Charlie. 50 years, children, 50 years of war with the elves, Ms. Video continued. This is not something we should ever forget, as a country, as a people. It is an important part of our heritage. You should feel proud of those who fought and died in that war in order to ensure the safety and peace we now know. Charlie tuned the teacher out. He didn't want to hear any more about Kiloreen, or the war, or the glorious and wonderful way in which the army of Angland crushed the elves and nearly obliterated them. He did not want to be reminded that the elves started the war by making raids across the border and slaughtering innocent homesteaders, nor did he want to be told, for the umpteenth time, that the elves were cruel, vicious creatures hardly better than wild animals. At the end of the week there would be a test on all this, and Charlie would fail the test as he had every year for the last 7 years. Not because he didn't know the facts, he knew them much too well, but because he would scribble nonsense and then refuse to explain himself to the teacher. There would be punishment and another mark on his record, but really he couldn't see how it mattered much. Even if he had perfect grades and a spotless record, his future when he aged out of the home was nothing but gray. Charlie was a soldier's orphan. In most cases, this would have earned him some special privilege and opportunities, but not in his case. His father never reached a high rank, nor was he a hero who died in battle. He was, in fact, a drunkard who was dishonorably discharged from the army after striking a superior officer, and was lucky not to be brought up on charges of assault. He was a low member of a low class who bled out his life on a barroom floor after a drunken brawl over a prostitute ended with a knife to the stomach. As if that were not bad enough, Charlie's mother was descended from a slave elf brought over from Kiloreen after the Long War by a soldier whose record was far from pristine. All this weighted on Charlie's record for any prospective employer to see. Most wouldn't even get that far, however, they'd only get as far as to see elf blood in big bold letters, and that would be that. Charlie had long ago come to terms with all this, at least for the most part. He imagined he would end up in the same textile mill where his mother once worked and would likely succumb to the same disease of the lungs that took her when Charlie was 3. When class was over, Charlie fell in line with the other boys as they marched single file out of the classroom. They crossed the street in a mostly orderly fashion, talking and laughing now that they were free from the eyes of Ms. Video. The girls would leave later, once the boys were safely back inside the home and there was no chance of them conversing with each other. Peter stepped up beside Charlie. "Did you have to do that 'cause of me?" Smiling, Charlie ruffled Peter's shaggy blonde hair. "No. It was a stupid dare and I lost, that's all. Nobody's fault but my own." Peter nodded, clearly more at ease now that he believed he wasn't the cause of Charlie's humiliation. Charlie slung an arm around the boy's thin shoulders. Sometimes, when Charlie looked at Peter, it was like looking back through time at himself, except for the scar, of course. The scar set Peter apart, the way Charlie's slender, almost feminine build set him apart and made him a quick target for the likes of Thomas. Like Charlie, Peter lost his mother young and was raised by a less than desirable father who died an ignominious death. However, Charlie's time with his father had not left him with any visible scars. The same could not be said of Peter. The scar started at the corner of Peter's left eye and ran the length of his cheek, across the crease of his lips, and halfway down his chin. It was white, with a bluish tint near the lips, faded but still clearly visible. When asked, Peter had calmly told Charlie that his father had struck him in the face with a beer bottle after he made the mistake of spilling milk on the man's boots. It was not the first time his father struck him, nor the last, but it was certainly the worst. Mr. Winestone waited on the front porch to count heads as the boys filed into the home. Once the last of them had trailed through the door, Mr. Winestone turned and asked, "Did everyone behave themselves in class today?" His gaze settled on Charlie a moment before moving on to the rest of the boys. Silent nods all around, not that they would have answered no even if it were true. "Good," Mr. Winestone said, "then you may all go out into the yard." The orderly shuffling ended the moment the boys were back outside. There was little free time for play in the yard and nobody wanted to waste a second of it. Charlie and Peter avoided the inevitable scuffles over who would have use of the undersized basketball court, skirted the impromptu wrestling matches, and headed toward the only tree in the yard. It was a massive old oak with thick branches that begged to be climbed and wide leaves that cast a sun-dappled shade upon the ground. High up among the leafy branches, Charlie spotted Duncan perched on a limb, his nose stuck in a book that floated serenely in front of him. "No surprise there. Got a spare we could borrow?" Charlie called up to him. Duncan, who was without a doubt the most intelligent person Charlie had ever met, floated a book down to his waiting hands. "Don't bend the pages." Charlie resisted the urge to smile. Duncan said the exact same thing every time he lent Charlie a book, but, not having much of a sense of humor, he was apt to take a smile the wrong way. "I'll take good care of it." Charlie and Peter settled down at the base of the tree, where the shade was coolest. This was how they most often spent their free time in the yard. Sometimes they would have a book borrowed from Duncan and sometimes Charlie would tell his own stories, mostly half-remembered dreams that clung stubbornly to his thoughts. These dreams always centered around elves, but Charlie would change that part, make them human instead. He did not care to talk about elves. They were so engrossed in the book, they didn't notice Thomas and two of his buddies approach until Thomas spoke. "Ah, isn't that sweet?" Charlie's telling Whittle Peter a Whittle bedtime story. Charlie closed the book. Up until 2 months ago, when Peter arrived, he'd have been up in the tree like Duncan and well out of Thomas's sights. As it was, he could only endeavor to simply sit there and try not to encourage them. This rarely did any good, but it was worth a try. Brody and Mac laughed as if Thomas had said the funniest thing they ever heard. "Oh, I think you're making him mad," Brody said with a snicker. "You better watch out." "Yeah, watch out," Mac echoed. Charlie was of the opinion the two boys must share the same brain, but didn't think it a wise thing to say. "He's not mad, are you, Charlie boy?" Thomas tapped Charlie's leg with the toe of his boot. "He knows it's all in good fun. Don't you?" Charlie, aware this required a response, stared down at the book. "Sure." "What's that?" Thomas cupped a hand to his ear and leaned over Charlie. "I'm afraid you'll have to speak up." Charlie's fingers curled around the book. "Ha, ha, very funny. You're hilarious." Thomas stood back with a smirk. "That's better. You know, Charlie, you should really cut that hair, unless you like looking like a girl." Brody, who was slightly smarter than your average garden shrub, said, "But then he wouldn't be so pretty." "Yeah, so pretty." Thomas gave Charlie a speculative look. "You know, you're right. He is kind of pretty. Maybe that's why Grant likes him so much. What do you think, Charlie? Do you think Grant would be upset if you cut all that pretty hair off?" Heat rushed to Charlie's face. His hands tightened around the book until his knuckles turned white. A sick feeling rolled through his stomach, leaving a sour taste in his mouth. "I asked you a question, Charlie boy," Thomas said, a hint of an edge to his voice. "You better answer me." "You're not so tough," Peter said, scowling at the older boys. "If Grant were in the yard, you wouldn't be over here saying this stuff." It was true whenever Grant was in the vicinity, Thomas stayed well away from Charlie. But really, Peter shouldn't have said so. "Oh yeah?" Thomas stepped over Charlie's outstretched legs. "You got a big mouth, Squirt." He grabbed Peter by the arm and yanked him to his feet. Peter let out a startled cry, and in that moment a kind of dark cloud settled over Charlie's vision. It was as if he became a passenger in his own body, helpless to do anything but watch as, in one fluid motion, he rose to his feet and hit Thomas upside the head with the hardbound book. Thomas hit the ground with a startled gasp, staring up at Charlie with momentary shock. Charlie stared back at him, the cloud fading and taking all his anger with it. His hands were shaking, and he was surely no less shocked than anyone else by this unexpected turn of events. Thomas touched a finger to his bleeding lip and gave Charlie a dark look. "I'm going to kill you." Charlie dropped the book and bolted for the back door, paying no attention to the startled cries that followed in his wake. He almost made it, was so close his fingers were only inches from the door, when Thomas struck him from behind. Charlie slammed into the back of the house with enough force to knock his senses loose. Before he could recover, Thomas grabbed him by the back of the head and rammed him into the house again. Throwing his hands up in an instinctive attempt to protect his head, Charlie left his ribs wide open for a punch that drove all the wind from his lungs. He doubled over and a blow to his back sent him face first into the dirt. Thomas kicked him, once, twice, straight in his ribs. Then the beating stopped. Voices, angry raised voices, but the buzzing in Charlie's head made it impossible for him to hear what they were saying. Time slipped in an odd way, so that one moment Charlie was curled up on the ground and the next something cold landed on his face. He sat up with a gasp, knocking the ice pack to the floor. Grant put a hand on his shoulder and gently pushed him back down on the bed. "Will you lie still, please? You could be hurt worse than we think." Charlie looked around Grant's room with a puzzled frown. "How did I get in here?" "I brought you." Grant bent over to retrieve the ice pack and laid it back over Charlie's eye. "Leave that there, maybe your eye won't swell shut." He sat on the bed. "You drifted in and out a little, but I guess you're okay now." He reached out and pushed the hair off the side of Charlie's face. Charlie flinched. What, does your head hurt, Dot? Charlie stared up at the ceiling. Yeah, my ribs too. I don't doubt it. What did you do that made Thomas so angry? I hit him, I guess. You guess? Everything got kind of dark and something came over me, I don't know. It's happened before, a long time ago, but only once. I didn't really mean to hit him. It was just a reaction. A reaction to what? Grant asked. Thomas has been plenty rough on you through the years, what made you hit him now? Charlie considered the question. It wasn't about Grant. Thomas had said that kind of stuff before, so what then? I guess it was Peter. Yes, that seemed right. Thomas grabbed him. I thought he might hurt him, so I reacted. I see, Grant said. I admire that you want to play big brother to Peter, but have you considered the fact that since you decided to take him under your wing, things with Thomas have only gotten worse? What do you want me to do? Let Thomas go after him the way you Charlie bit his tongue. Let him go after you? Grant asked, his voice soft. Is that what you mean? Charlie shrugged, blinking away the sting of a tear. You could stop him. I do everything I can for you, Grant said, and more than I should. But Thomas only understands violence, and that I can't do. Why not? Charlie considered the fact that he might be pushing too hard, but he was in no mood to back down now. Why couldn't you? Because he's, Grant sighed, rising to pace toward the window. I can't have that kind of thing on my record. That seemed a poor excuse to Charlie, but, before he could say something he might later regret, Mr. Whinstone came into the room. Ah, I see you're awake. He glanced from Charlie to Grant and back again. Care to explain what that little tussle was all about? Charlie stared mutely at the ceiling. Mr. Whinstone's thin lips pinched almost to the point of non-existence. Of course, the famous orphan's silence. I swear, I do not understand you boys at all. I am here to take care of you, to help you, yet you refuse to tell me anything. This is a very serious incident and not a single boy out there will lay claim to knowing anything. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. Grant, who'd been standing with his back to them, turned. What kind of punishment can Charlie and Thomas expect to receive? Well, I hadn't really thought about it. Mr. Whinstone wrung his hands. No one will say how it started and I want to be fair. Charlie needs a doctor. Mr. Whinstone paled. I am not certain that's needed. Why, Charlie is fine, aren't you, Charlie? No, he is not fine, Grant said, his voice taking on an edge. He has at least a concussion and maybe a few cracked ribs as well. He needs a doctor. Yes, of course. Mr. Whinstone cleared his throat. And Thomas? All Thomas has is a split lip and a bruised ego. He'll be fine. Although, I would think a night in the box wouldn't be out of order. Might teach him a thing or two. Thomas? A night in the box, I don't think, Mr. Whinstone blanched under Grant's intense gaze. Yes, well, yes. And I will send for the doctor, right away. He backed out of the room and shut the door. Charlie listened to this conversation with growing puzzlement. If he didn't know any better, he would have sworn that Grant was giving orders and Mr. Whinstone, in a strangely deferential manner, was obeying. What? You just lie still and keep quiet, Grant said, striding toward the door. Rest your ribs. Charlie stared at the door after Grant left, 1,000 unanswered questions buzzing around in his head. There were strange things going on around here before, but nothing exactly like this. Charlie was not so stupid that he hadn't noticed how Grant was treated differently than the other boys. He had his own room, he never had to go to school, and he never had to do any of the menial tasks the other boys had to do. Added to that was the fact that Grant would mysteriously disappear for several months every summer and came back moody and ill-tempered. Charlie had asked about these things, and Grant always put him off, leading Charlie to believe there was some secret Grant was keeping from him. The more Charlie thought about it as he lay there with the ice pack pressed against his eye, the more convinced he was that it must have something to do with Grant's parents, whoever they might have been. It made perfect sense, really, and he marveled that the thought had never crossed his mind before. But Grant would never talk about his parents, refused even to say what had happened to them, and Charlie didn't think that would change anytime soon. Which left him only one choice, really. An idea that was stupid, crazy, and illegal grabbed hold of his mind. An idea that could get him into more trouble than he had ever seen in his life, an idea he should reject immediately and forget about completely. But one that stuck, chewing at him, as he lay waiting for the doctor. Chapter 4. Midnight, and Charlie was still floating high on the pain pills the doctor had given him. He couldn't feel a thing, which was good, considering what he planned to do tonight. After making sure that Alvin and Duncan were both asleep, Charlie climbed out the bedroom window. A blanket of stars cast a chill light over the backyard as Charlie trotted to the fence. He jumped up, caught the top of the fence with his hands, and pulled himself over. He dropped to the other side and remained there a moment, crouched, listening. Few automobiles traveled down this road even during the day, but still it was better to be cautious. There was no sound save for the cricket orchestra playing in the bushes. Charlie ran across the street and slipped around the back of the school. Behind the school and across the street, Miss Pettyman's was a silent hulk in the darkness. Charlie thought briefly about Miranda somewhere inside, sleeping. He imagined she would look rather enchanting while asleep. He gave his head a shake. This was not the time for such thoughts. Charlie knelt beside a heating vent. He knew Spree was partial to sweets, but there weren't any lying about the home and Charlie hadn't been given Front Street privileges in a long time, so he'd had no opportunity to steal any. He only hoped that, if Spree showed up and if the other boys hadn't been lying, he would be able to think of something that would entice the sprite to help him. The wait was a long one and the knees of Charlie's pants were soaked through from the damp grass before a pair of brown eyes peered out at him through the vent grating. "What you want, boy?" a rather petulant voice asked. "I want to look at the records." Charlie crossed his fingers, hoping there was a chance there really were copies of their records locked up somewhere in the school's basement. "Ha! You crazy. I no do that again." She turned and started to walk back up the vent. Charlie felt a frantic flutter in his chest. Maybe it shouldn't matter to him so much to know Grant's secret, but it did. "I would be beholden to you if you would help me." He had no idea where that word came from, but supposed it was something he'd read, or maybe heard in school, he wasn't sure. Spree turned. "You say beholden? You know what that mean?" Something in the tone of her voice set off warning bells in Charlie's head. He ignored them. "I understand." Spree came back to the vent. "You want fine parents?" "Not mine." Spree tilted her head to one side, so that a single pointed ear could be seen through the strands of her long, green hair. "Not heard that before." She wrapped her delicate fingers around the vent cover. "Not heard beholden in long time." The vent cover blinked out of existence. "Charlie, that your name, yes?" He nodded. "Okay, we go see records." Charlie let out a relieved sigh. "How do I get inside?" She gave him a look which suggested she doubted his level of intelligence. "Through vent." "I can't fit through there." Even with the slight frame his elven heritage had given him, there was no way he could crawl through the vent opening. Spree took a few steps backward. "I say you fit, you fit. You think I not done this before?" The last thing Charlie wanted to do was agitate the unpredictable sprite. "No, no. If you say this is the way in, I'm sure it's the way in." Still doubtful, Charlie stuck his head into the vent, sure that his shoulders would stick and prevent him going any further than that. Instead, Charlie crawled easily through the opening and rose cautiously to his feet. He glanced back at the opening, which appeared to be the exact same size as it was before. The vent itself, however, was impossibly wide and vast. Charlie could not reach the top with his fingers even by standing on the tips of his toes, nor could he feel the walls that should have been around him. Spree moved ahead of him, each of her steps lit with the same pale blue glow as her wings. He could see her clearly, though there was no light in the vent, for there was no darkness either. A situation that made Charlie's stomach roll. He had the distinct impression he was not in the vent at all, but somewhere altogether outside his understanding. This was not a thought to dwell on, so he grabbed the first distraction that came to mind. "You've had a human beholden to you before?" "His name Argyle," she said. "We meet in woods where I live. He young then, like you. He fall in animal trap. I hear cry and come see. There much blood. I think he die soon. He see me, cry help. I not like humans much, no wanna help. But he cry and have sad eyes. I think, maybe I wrong no help him. Maybe bad, I let him die. So I go where is elf village and bring help." "Elf village?" Charlie stopped, staring down at the sprite. "This was in Kiloreen?" "Long time ago, before war. There were humans in Kiloreen before the war, . Spree shrugged. "Were many beings there before war." "Wait, which war are we talking about? The first one or the second one?" Charlie asked. "I not that old," Spree said, sounding slightly offended. "First war before I born." Charlie started to walk again, his brow furrowed in thought. There weren't supposed to have been humans in Kiloreen before the Long War, as there were no elves in Angland. The two kingdoms had a strict pact from a previous war that stated the two races would remain separate. It was because the elves broke this pact and crossed the border that the Long War started in the first place. Or so Charlie had been taught. "What happened to Argyle?" he asked. "He make beholden to me because I save life. I live in Human City with him sometime. Then humans start to leave Kiloreen, Argyle's still with parents so we come here. Later, he makes school. Then he gets sick." Her wings paled. "He old then, have gray hair. Then he go away. I stay. Like watch humans now. No be lonely." Charlie felt some sympathy for the sprite, but he couldn't get over what she just said to him. Human City? Were there a lot of humans in Kiloreen? Not so much as elves, I think. We leave before war. Was bad time. Spree paused. "Shoo, we no more talk now." She knelt and grabbed hold of empty air. In a blink the grates of a vent appeared. Charlie crouched beside her, his thoughts in turmoil. Could it be true? He couldn't fathom any reason why the sprite would lie to him, but if she wasn't lying, someone else was. Lying to the whole country, in fact, lying for better than 100 years. It didn't seem possible, but there it was. He would have liked to ask her more, like if the reason for the war was a lie as well, but he pushed the thought to the back of his mind. Grant first, these other things later, if ever. He wasn't entirely certain they were things he really wanted to know anyway. Some 15 feet below, the record room was lined with row after row of filing cabinets. Charlie leaned closer, bracing his hand on the air above Spree's head. The wall, he told himself, there had to be a wall there, and felt better for the lie. Charlie thought he could see numbers on a small white plaque pasted to the front of the nearest cabinet, but it was gloomy dark down there and he couldn't be sure. He leaned a little closer, only to jump back with a cry as something that seemed to be made entirely of snapping jaws flung itself at the vent cover. Charlie's heart bounced around in his chest like a rubber ball. The creature, which bore a strong resemblance to a large black dog, glared at them with vibrant red eyes. Shadowhound. Charlie had heard of them, but none of the boys in their boasting had mentioned that one was guarding the school's record room. Spree hissed, drawing the attention of the hound toward her. Her wings changed shade until they were nearly as red as the hound's eyes. "I say go, you jump fast." Charlie swallowed. The jump he could manage easily enough. This was one of the more useful things he'd inherited from his elven blood, but that didn't make the idea any more appealing. The idea of going down into the record room with that thing hovering up here filled him with a gut-clenching terror the likes of which he'd never known. "You know can move sitting on, but, Charlie," Spree said. "You move here, now. I hold hound little while, no more." The hound continued to growl, but it was an absent sort of sound. Charlie inched closer to the grate with every nerve screaming at him to run in the opposite direction, to flee. He pushed himself up into a crouched position and leaned toward the vent cover. The hound's fetid breath brushed his face, making him gag. "Has anybody ever done this before?" he asked. He now seriously doubted the things the other boys had said. "Been a while," Spree said. The vent cover disappeared. "Go now." Charlie jumped and landed easily on the concrete floor, though it did give his knees a jolt. He glanced back to see Spree and the hound engaging in a silent battle of wills. Spree's wings shimmered, paling even as he watched. Time was short. Looking more closely at the plaque pasted to the cabinet, Charlie saw that he was correct. It was a year. But what year? Birth year seemed most likely. The only problem was that Charlie was not entirely certain how old Grant was. Scanning the cabinets quickly, Charlie stopped at the year Thomas was born, for he assumed the two boys were the same age. There weren't many records in the cabinet, so they must only pertain to the children living in the two homes near the school. They were thin files, containing only dates and names, with reference numbers to the files at the Great Library in Zardahan. Charlie paused a moment when he came to Thomas's file, decided he wasn't interested, and went on looking for Grant's. He came to the end of the files and found none bearing Grant's name. Charlie moved down to the cabinet marked with the year that would make Grant 16. No luck. He doubted Grant was younger than that, but went ahead and checked the next 2 years anyway. His hand lingered on Miranda's file, but somehow taking a peek in there felt wrong in a way he couldn't explain. He slid the door to the cabinet shut with a frown, checked on Spree and the hound to see no evident change, and moved up to the year that would make Grant 18. Nothing. Charlie eyed the next cabinet doubtfully. Kids aged out of a home at 18, so he couldn't see how Grant could be older than that. But Grant had to have a record, everybody had a record, and Charlie had already come this far, it couldn't hurt to check. Halfway through the files, he found it. But when Charlie opened the file bearing Grant's name, what he saw was so shocking he nearly dropped the thing. He blinked, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't possibly be seeing what he was seeing. Grant Lanier. Parents, Richard Lanier, Crown Prince/Felicia Martel, Royal Consort. Crowned Prince, those words jumped out at Charlie as if they had breath. Richard was no longer crowned prince, but king. He and his wife, Queen Alice, married for some 13 years, were childless. Royal Consort was something Charlie never heard of before, though he supposed he might have simply tuned the teacher out during that particular lesson. One thing was for certain, Grant was a prince, and not only a prince, but heir to the throne of Angland. Charlie's legs suddenly wanted to sit and he had to lean up against the cabinet to keep himself standing. Grant, a prince? Did he know? Well, yes, he must. No wonder he was treated differently from the other children. Shock quickly turned to anger. Charlie had trusted Grant enough to tell him the secret of his elven blood, a fact no other boy in the home knew. How could Grant have kept such a secret from him? Charlie had always felt they were close as brothers, it seemed he was wrong. Brothers would never keep such secrets from each other. Charlie. Charlie looked up at the sound of his name, though it took a conscious effort to pry his eyes from the unbelievable truth he held in his hands. The Shadowhound was staring down at him with its blood-red eyes. For a heartbeat they stood frozen that way, the boy looking at the hound looking back at the boy. Then the hound lunged. Charlie slammed the file back into the cabinet and bolted down the aisle in what he hoped was the direction of the door. In his panic, he ran full force into the thing, knocking himself backwards in the process. Sharp pain shot up his tailbone as he hit the hard concrete floor. Charlie was quickly back on his feet, scrabbling at the doorknob. Twist and turn and pull as he might, the door would not budge. He flung himself at it, screaming at the top of his lungs as he pounded his fists against the smooth wood. A snarl sounded close and Charlie whirled, pressing his back against the door. The shadowhound stood beside the nearest cabinet, head lowered, lips pulled back to reveal long, pointed teeth. The hound bunched its legs, preparing to strike, and all Charlie could do was stand there on trembling legs, staring his death in the eye. Spree, her wings black as pitch, landed on the hound's head with enough force to knock it to the floor. She leapt off the hound's head, kicking back so hard the creature slid across the concrete, its nails making an awful screech as it went. Spree flew with furious speed straight at Charlie, then veered up and collided with the door above his head. The door vanished, spilling both of them out into the hall. The exhausted sprite collapsed onto Charlie's chest, vibrating like a defective alarm clock. Charlie pushed himself to his feet, holding Spree carefully against his chest. The pills the doctor had given him were wearing off, and he began to feel pain in his ribs again. He turned and ran from the empty doorway and down the unfamiliar hall. The basement, his brain said, he was in the basement and so there must be stairs going up, provided he was running in the correct direction. His heart nearly leapt from his chest when the alarm went off. The sound was that of a banshee screech amplified. It drilled into Charlie's skull until all he wanted was to curl up on the floor and die. Bright lights burst all around him, pulsing in an erratic, nausea-inducing pattern. Charlie, now completely disoriented, ran into a wall. He stopped, closed his eyes, and tried to slow his rapid breath. It was impossible to think with that sound tearing through his head and the light still pulsing beyond his closed lids. The only thing holding him from the edge of total panic was Spree, and the fact that his was not the only life he'd endangered with this stupid little idea of his. This thought spurred him to running again. This time, he ran with his eyes closed. He couldn't see anyway, and this at least dampened the effect of the lights. Adrenaline pumped through Charlie's veins, and with it the urge to strike out, to fight. It was a strange feeling and small, but they're all the same. Charlie's feet struck something solid and he went down, landing hard on his knees. The hand he held out to catch himself scraped across something rough. All he could think was to try and shield Spree, so she might have a chance to regain her strength and escape while the hound was otherwise occupied. The screeching alarm, the pulsing light, ceased and Charlie knew that he was dead. Funny, he would have expected being ripped to bloody bits to hurt more. But there was pain, in his ribs, his knees, his hand, and surely you weren't supposed to feel pain after you were dead. And there, the rapid beat of his heart, mirrored in Spree, and that he was sure you wouldn't feel if you were dead. Charlie cautiously opened his eyes, only to snap them shut with a curse as a bright, white light struck his face. Hands grabbed Charlie by the arm and hauled him to his feet. "Who are you? What's your name? What are you doing down here?" The voice that belonged to the hands was loud in Charlie's ear. "Take it easy, Parker," said a voice from behind the light. "It's only a kid, Dot." "What's this?" "Ugh, a sprite." Spree hissed, and there was a sharp cry. "That thing bit me." "What did you expect?" The second voice asked. "Here, leave it be while you still have all your fingers." The light shifted from Charlie's face and he ventured to open his eyes again. A tall man in a constable's uniform stood on the steps slightly above Charlie, holding a flashlight with its beam now pointed down. His partner, Parker, stood beside Charlie with one hand firmly gripping his arm. "I know that kind of alarm is enough to knock anybody senseless," the second man said, "but you're all right now, son. So speak up. What's your name?" "CH Charlie." And does this," he nodded toward Spree, who was now clinging to the front of Charlie's shirt, "belong to you?" Charlie hesitated. He couldn't remember if sprites were on the list of beings permitted to live freely in Angland. "Stevens asked you a question, boy." Parker gave Charlie a rough shake. She's mine." "And where do the two of you belong?" Stevens asked. Charlie knew there was no wiggling out of that question. "Mr. Weinstone's." "I might have told you that," Parker said smugly. "Anybody can see he's trash." Stevens shined his light down the hall, where it lit the eyes of the Shadowhound. The creature stood in the empty space where the door to the record room no longer was. The light swiveled back toward Charlie. "I'm fairly certain I already know the answer to this," Stevens said, "but what were you doing in the record room?" Charlie dropped his gaze to the floor. "I was looking for my parents, sir." He did his best to look contrite and hoped neither man would think to ask Mr. Weinstone whether or not he knew who his parents were. "I suppose I don't need to ask how you got past the Hound in the first place." Stevens glanced at Spree, who glared back at him balefully. "Let's get the two of you home." The constables led Charlie from the school and across the street to the front porch of the home. Standing there in the warm yellow glow of the porch light, Charlie found himself wondering if he might have gone a little too far this time. Grant always warned him that someday he might find himself in the kind of trouble there was no getting out of. This could be that day, and he wouldn't even have Thomas to blame for it. Stevens rang the doorbell and moments later lights came on all over the house. No doubt the sound of police sirens had already alerted those within that something was afoot. Mr. Weinstone answered the door in his striped pajamas and sighed when he saw Charlie. "What have you gotten yourself into now?" "I take it this boy belongs to you," Stevens said. "I'm afraid so." "What has he done and what sort of fine am I looking at?" "This is a little more serious than that, sir," Stevens said. "The boy broke into the school's record room, which is a jailing offense. Since he's a minor, I'm willing to leave him in your care until a judge has a chance to look over his record. If you're willing to take responsibility for him, I'd rather not have to lock him up until it's absolutely necessary." Charlie silently pleaded with Mr. Weinstone to let him stay. He wanted a chance to talk to Grant before he ended up in jail. "I'll take responsibility for him," Mr. Weinstone said. "He won't be leaving the house again. I assure you." Parker released Charlie's arm and he slipped past Mr. Weinstone and into the home. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would be given before the constables returned for him, but at the moment he was more worried about Spree. He was surprised Mr. Weinstone hadn't said something about her already. "Have a good night, sir," Stevens said. Mr. Weinstone closed the door and turned to face Charlie. "What were you doing in the record room?" Charlie stared at the floor. "I know you weren't looking for your parents, you know very well who they were." "Which one of the boys put you up to this?" Charlie said nothing. "Don't you understand? This is very serious. If you tell me whose idea this was, perhaps I can persuade a judge to be lenient with you." Charlie would have laughed if he didn't think that would only land him in more trouble. Elf blood was all any judge would need to see. "Fine. Maybe you'd be better off in jail in any case. As for that thing," Mr. Weinstone reached for Spree, "you certainly can't keep it here." Spree hissed, baring sharp fangs as she scooted back into the crook of Charlie's arm. Mr. Weinstone faltered, then drew his hand back. Charlie held her protectively closer to him. "She saved my life." Mr. Weinstone frowned. "I'm going to lock you in the basement until the constables return. If you want to keep that thing down there with you, so be it. They'll only take her away from you tomorrow." "No, wait." Charlie stepped back. "She lives at the school, can't we put her back?" "We most certainly cannot. Those constables will put her in their report, and when they return they will expect me to either provide proof of ownership or turn her over to them. I can hardly tell them she disappeared into thin air." I'm not sure she couldn't do that, if she had a mind to. Mr. Weinstone's eyes narrowed. You are treading a thin line, young man. Be careful you don't cross it. Now march. He pointed toward the door which led down to the basement. Charlie turned and started toward the door, only to stop again when Grant stepped out of the hall. Charlie can bunk in with me tonight. I don't think you understand the severity of the situation, Mr. Weinstone said, his voice tight. Charlie will be going to jail tomorrow. I doubt there's anything even you can do about that. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. But I can certainly make sure he doesn't spend tonight, or any night, locked in the basement. The two stared at each other a long moment before Mr. Weinstone dropped his gaze. I don't suppose it matters much anyway. He passed Charlie and went up the stairs to the second floor. Charlie smiled. I'm sure glad you. His smile faded as he met Grant's icy stare. Get in my room right now. We need to have a little talk. Charlie went down the short hall to Grant's room, no longer sure that he wouldn't have been better off in the basement. He sat on the edge of Grant's bed and Spree, who was recovering from their ordeal in the school, climbed up on his shoulder. Grant shut the bedroom door, then stood looking down at Charlie, his arms crossed. For a moment we're going to ignore the fact that you have a sprite sitting on your shoulder, and address the reason why you broke into the school record room. And I don't want a lie, or a story, or that annoying silence, I want the truth. Charlie felt a flash of irritation. I decided since you weren't going to explain to me why things are the way they are around here, I would find out for myself. You were looking for my record. It wasn't a question. Yes. And you found it. Charlie nodded. Are you really King Richard's son? Grant sighed, sinking into the chair beside his desk. He seemed somehow deflated. Yes, I am. Why didn't you ever tell me? Charlie asked. We're supposed to be friends. How could you keep something like that from me? I couldn't tell you, Charlie, it's supposed to be a secret. Don't you trust me? There was more hurt in the question than anger. Of course I trust you. It's just some things you have to keep from a person, to protect them. Protect me from what? What harm could there have possibly been in my knowing the truth? Grant pressed a hand to the side of his head. It's complicated. Complicated? That's what adults always tell kids as an excuse for lying to them. There, anger again. What are you doing here anyway? If you're the king's son, why don't you live at the castle? If you read my record, you obviously know my parents were not married. That's one of the secrets it's better people don't know. The crown prince always has children before he takes his title, in case something should happen and he's unable to produce a legitimate heir, so the bloodline won't be broken. That's all I was supposed to be, a contingency plan. That doesn't answer my question. Grant leaned back in the chair. I lived in King's City with my mother until I was 9. She was a weaver and her family record was such that the king felt she would be suitable to birth a potential heir. When she died, they didn't know Queen Alice would never have a child, so they sent me here. But in the summer, when you go off for months at a time, you go back? I had to be taught to be king. They couldn't thrust me into the role someday unprepared. Next year, I'll go back for good. Until then, my father wants me here so I can. Because this is just a good place for me to be now. Charlie had the feeling that was not what Grant was going to say, but he chose not to press. He was still angry, still hurt, but these feelings were sliding backward as the full realization of all he'd learned washed over him. So, you're going to be the king? Someday. Maybe sooner than I expected. Charlie frowned. What does that mean? Grant shook his head. Nothing. I shouldn't have said that. More secrets? Sometimes secrets are necessary. There are things I should probably tell you, things I will tell you, someday. For now, it's safer that you don't know everything. Grant leaned forward and fixed Charlie with an earnest look. I need you to trust me on this. Someday, you'll understand everything. I promise. Until then, I have to ask you to stop digging and let things come when they come. That wasn't what Charlie wanted to hear, but he gave Grant a grudging nod. What about going to jail? You're the prince, surely you can do something about that. Nobody but Mr. Winestone knows I'm the prince, that's the way my father wants to keep it. Charlie stared down at his lap. So I have to go to jail? Grant came over and sat beside Charlie on the bed. No, you aren't going to go jail. I'll take care of it. I don't know how, but I will. I'll always take care of you, Charlie. Except where Thomas is concerned, Charlie thought, but didn't say so out loud. Now, Grant said, what about this sprite? I wanted to get into the record room, so I needed her to help. Only I didn't have anything to bribe her with, so I told her I'd be beholden to her if she. You did what? Charlie was puzzled by the evident shock on Grant's face. I told her I'd be beholden if she helped me get into the record room. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have any idea what you've done? What? So I owe her a favor. I admit, it's not the smartest thing I ever did, but it's not that bad. A favor? You think you owe her a favor? Grant shook his head. Don't you ever read a book, or pay attention in school? Charlie felt the heat rise in his cheeks. I know the meaning of the word beholden, thank you very much. It means I owe a debt, a favor, like I said. Yes, I suppose if you looked the word up in the dictionary that's what it would say. But Spree is not human, she is a sprite, and some words don't mean the same thing to her kind as they do to ours. What are you talking about? Spree tugged on his ear. He mean, where you go, I go. Like Argyle, we be friends long time. Charlie paled as he began to understand what they were saying. Oh, no. Oh, yes, Grant said. Congratulations, Charlie, you have a new best friend. For life. But, Charlie looked frantically from Grant to Spree. That's not what I meant, Dot. Spree slid off Charlie's shoulder and into his lap. You say beholden. I ask you know what means, you say yes. I thought I did, but I didn't. If I had known, I wouldn't have said it. Spree pouted. You know like me, Charlie? It's not that. It's only, he looked helplessly at Grant, who only shrugged. I can't keep you. I'll do whatever I can to make sure you stay free, but I can't keep you. It's not legal. Besides, I don't want a sprite following me around for the rest of my life. He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth and he saw the look on Spree's face. Veins of red light pulsed through her wings. Too late. She fluttered up and, before either boy could even think to stop her, she disappeared into the heating vent. This could be bad, Charlie said, staring with dismay at the vent. Grant nodded. Very bad. Chapter 5. Charlie, wake up. Charlie rolled over on his back and squinted up at Grant. Are they here already? No, but come on, you have to get up. There was a hint of urgency in Grant's voice that brought Charlie fully awake. What's wrong? He asked, sitting up and swinging his legs off the side of the bed. Early morning light lit the edges of the curtain, the kind of light that come not long after dawn. Never mind the questions. Get in the closet, and stay there, no matter what. Charlie frowned. The closet? Why do I have to? Because I said so. Grant grabbed Charlie by the arm and pulled him over to the closet. Keep quiet. He pushed Charlie inside and started to shut the door. Charlie slipped his toes in the way, so the door wouldn't shut completely and he could see what was going on. A moment later, a tall man with broad shoulders came into Grant's room. He wore a white uniform with gold bars down one sleeve and silver chains strung across the front of his shirt. "Commander Angard, to what do I owe this unexpected intrusion?" Grant asked. The commander leveled his cool, dark gaze on Grant. "Your father has sent me to personally see you safely to King's City. Now, what about? I don't see how I can go now. Things have progressed a little quicker than your father anticipated. So, yes, you have to go now. This isn't just about me, though, is it?" "I saw the buses," Grant said. "What are they for?" "We're rounding up recruits for the war effort." "So my father is pressing children into the army now? Is he so desperate?" A muscle jumped in the commander's jaw, but his voice remained calm and even. "His Majesty's army has soldiers aplenty. What he needs now are able hands for the work camps. In times such as these, the camps are vital to the war effort." "Funny, I wasn't aware we were at war." "We aren't, yet," the commander said. "But it won't be long now. Which is why your father wants you safely in the castle." "So, it's true then. My father really intends to put us at war with Ferngale. For the good of the country, . Good of the country? How is war good for the country? Especially war with Ferngale? If it was bad with the elves, it will be 10 times worse if we tangle with the Fayde. Our army brought the elves to heel," the commander said, making no effort to hide the pride in his voice. As if he himself had led the victorious army in that long-ago war. "We showed them who was the superior race. We'll do the same with the Fayde." Charlie's hands curled into fists. He might not want his elven blood, but he had it, and he couldn't help but feel some anger at the man's words. "And where does it end?" Grant asked. "We enslave the Fayde like we did the elves, we bring them to the point of extinction, then what? Are we going to take our army across the White River and into Selene? Try to take over the world? What? And if we get all the non-humans pressed under the heel of our boots, what will we do then? Who will we make war on then?" Commander Angard's eyes narrowed. "You have a strange view of things, considering who you are. You might want to keep such opinions to yourself. The king knows what he's about." "So do I," Grant said. "He's about 3 cards short of a full deck, and he's going to blow the whole damn world up if he gets the chance. Don't think for a minute I don't know what's going on in those work camps, but." Charlie stared out through the opening in the door, watching anger playing out across the faces of Grant and Commander Angard. He didn't understand everything he was hearing, but he didn't like any of it. "What you do in closet, Charlie?" Charlie gasped, jumping at the sound of Spree's voice. In doing so, he bumped into the partially open door and sprawled face first onto the floor of Grant's bedroom. Looking up, he found 2 sets of extremely perturbed eyes gazing down at him. "Oops." Commander Angard strode over to Charlie and pulled him up off the floor by the back of his shirt. "What do you think you're doing, boy?" With an outraged shriek, Spree hurtled out of the closet and flew directly into the commander's face. Commander Angard dropped Charlie and took a stumbling step backward, swatting at the sprite. Spree moved easily out of his range. "Get out of here, now," Grant said, giving Charlie a dark look. "And take that thing with you." Charlie scrambled to his feet and made a hasty retreat out the bedroom door. "Come on, Spree." Spree joined him in the hall, where the sound of excited voices could be heard clearly. "You better hide somewhere," Charlie said. "I don't want everybody knowing about you." "No worry," she said. "I be invisible. Watch." She faded out of sight. "Nobody see me now." Charlie felt her settle onto his shoulder. Charlie ventured out of the hall and found most of the older boys crowded around the front window. With the press of bodies so tight, Charlie couldn't see what they were looking at. He turned and spotted Duncan standing a little apart and back from the others. "What's going on?" Duncan shrugged. "Somebody said something about a bus in uniforms." I wasn't really listening. Peter came running in from the dining room, where the younger boys were also crowded around a front window. Did you see, Charlie? Did you see? No, I didn't see, Charlie said, with a little more irritation than he intended. What is it? Buses, Peter said. There's 2 of them parked in the street. Big white buses with words on them. Only I can't read and nobody will tell me what they say. White River Military Academy. Charlie's gaze followed the voice to the top of the stairs, where Thomas stood leaning against the railing. He fixed Charlie with a hard stare. Did you and your boyfriend have a nice sleepover while I sweated out the night in the box? The other boys turned to stare at them, evidently finding this much more interesting than whatever was going on outside. Charlie, feeling a bit too much like a bug under glass, stared at the floor. Commander Angland and Grant chose that moment to come up the hall, so that Charlie and Thomas were instantly forgotten. Outside, boys, Commander Angland said. Now. The boys glanced about at each other uneasily before moving out the door onto the front lawn. Thomas came down the stairs. Me too? He asked, giving Grant an odd look. You too, Figures, Thomas muttered, stomping toward the door. Come here a minute, Charlie, Grant said. I want to talk to you. The look Thomas shot both of them before he went out the door was so filled with hate it sent a cold chill through Charlie. Could we have a moment, Commander? Grant asked. Commander Angland glanced at Charlie, then followed the last boy outside. As soon as the door was shut, Spree shook off her invisibility. What go on here? Nothing good, Grant said, his expression grim. It would be better if you'd stayed in the closet like I. That wasn't my fault, Charlie said. Spree scared me. Spree made a face. I not mean to. How I know you so jumpy. Never mind, what's done is done and we can't change it now. Grant glanced at the door. You'll just have to go to the camp with the other boys, for now. Once I'm in King City, I'll figure out some way to get you out. Until then, Grant laid his hand on Charlie's shoulder, I want you to keep your head down. None of the stuff you've pulled around here, all right? Okay. I mean it, Charlie. The camp will make this place seem like paradise, and I won't be there to look out for you. I said okay. Charlie regretted the harsh tone in his voice as soon as it came out. I'll be careful. I promise. I'll send for you as soon as I can, that's my promise. Grant looked at Spree. But you better leave her here. Spree's eyes narrowed. I go where Charlie go. Charlie plucked the sprite off his shoulder. He'd have to choose his words carefully so as not to insult her. I'd like to take you to the camp with me, I really would. But I need you to do something very important for me instead. She eyed him warily. What that? I need you to keep Grant company while I'm away, and help him out if he needs you. Grant's expression suggested that he didn't appreciate that and Charlie would have found the moment amusing if he weren't so frightened. Okay, Charlie, Spree said. For you, I do. But I stay maybe little while. You gone too long, I find you. She slipped out of Charlie's hand and flew up to sit on Grant's shoulder. I guess I better go, Charlie said. He was reluctant to leave, not only because he wasn't entirely sure where he was going, but also because he feared he would never see either one of them again. Remember what I said. Grant squeezed his shoulder, then stepped back. Keep your head down. The sun was hot on the top of Charlie's head as he stepped out the door and headed across the lawn to the buses. The commander stood beside one of them and watched Charlie as he climbed aboard. The door slid shut behind him. Take your seat, the driver said. No talking. It took Charlie's eyes a moment to adjust to the dimly lit, windowless interior of the bus. Once they did, he saw, not only the other boys, but also a couple dozen of the girls from Miss Pettyman's. Charlie made his way down the aisle toward where Peter was sitting, making a special point of not looking at Miranda, who was seated at the back of the bus with the other girls. He did note that several boys, including Thomas and Duncan, were not on the bus. All 4 missing boys had mental abilities, and Charlie assumed that, for whatever reason, they had been put on the second bus. Ist. Charlie turned in his seat, seeking the origin of the hissing noise, and found Miranda looking straight at him. She made a little come here motion with her hand. Charlie glanced toward the driver, who was too busy fiddling with something on the dashboard to pay any attention to what was going on behind him. The bus rumbled to life. Charlie nudged Peter with his elbow, then tilted his head toward the back of the bus. Peter glanced back at the girls, his eyes going wide. His lips parted, as if to make some protest, but Charlie was already up and moving toward Miranda. He and Peter dropped into the seat beside her as the bus lurched forward and began motoring its way down the narrow road toward Front Street. Miranda scooted closer to Charlie, until their legs nearly touched. Charlie's head swam. He'd never before been so close to a girl he'd spent so many nights dreaming about. "Do you know what's happening?" she asked, leaning closer to him so he could hear her over the sound of the engine. "Happening?" Her hair smelled like strawberries. He'd never been close enough to notice that before. It must be the shampoo she used. And she had freckles, only a few, sprinkled across the bridge of her nose. "Do you know where they're taking us?" Charlie swallowed. His throat was dry and his tongue seemed determined to remain stuck to the roof of his mouth. Her lips were very pink. Sweat slid down the back of his neck. A pinched line appeared between Miranda's amazingly green eyes. "Are you all right? You look kind of sick or something." "Say something," his brain screamed. "Fine." The word came out like a gasp. Charlie cleared his throat. "I'm fine. I think I heard somebody say something about a camp." "Camp?" A tall blonde turned around in her seat and looked back at them. "What kind of camp?" And suddenly Charlie found 24 pairs of anxious female eyes looking at him as if he could pull the answers out of thin air. He shifted uncomfortably. He knew more than they did, but he feared it was only enough to scare them further, not make them feel any better. Charlie intended to make up some kind of lie, but with Miranda staring at him with those intense green eyes, he found the truth coming out instead. "A work camp, that's what the commander said. I think, well, he said something about a war." "War?" The blonde shared a look with the girl sitting beside her. "Are you sure?" "He's sure," Miranda said, never taking her eyes from Charlie's face. "Who are we going to war with?" "I don't." Charlie found himself unable to look away from that steady gaze. "Ferngale, I think, but I'm not sure." Miranda nodded, as if such news was not really news to her. She looked toward the older girl. "It's all right, Christine. We're going where we have to go and it'll be all right." Chapter 6. A sharp pain in his ribs brought Charlie awake with a gasp. "Ow." He pushed Miranda's arm away. "What was that for?" "You were asleep," she said, "and we've stopped." Charlie stood and looked over the rows of seats. Other kids stood as well, or leaned out of their seats to try and see. There was a paved, tree-lined street beyond the bus windshield, but no other vehicles were in sight. The bus driver, who wore a gray uniform with a single silver triangle on the chest, stood and turned to face them. "Everyone off the bus, single file. No talking." Peter looked anxiously at Charlie. "Don't worry," Charlie said, smiling through his fear. "It'll be okay. Stay right in front of me so I can keep an eye on you, but." With a nod, Peter slid out of the seat and preceded Charlie down the aisle, following after the other boys. Charlie squinted as he stepped off the bus. Almost directly in front of them stood a small, nondescript metal building. Charlie looked to his right, past the second bus, to see a solid fence which effectively cut off any side of the road they'd come in on. The fence surrounded the entire area, which was not large and, except for the building, was entirely empty. A soldier, clipboard in hand, motioned for them to come forward. He opened the door of the building. Inside. One at a time. One by one, the boys ahead of Charlie stepped into the building. Each time, the man with the clipboard would hold the next boy back to the count of 5 before letting him enter. Then it was Peter's turn. He gave Charlie one last, fearful look, before stepping through the doorway. Charlie tried to peer past him to see what lay inside. The sodder raised his arm. Wait your turn. He counted to 5, then lowered his arm. Go on. The first thing Charlie noticed as he stepped inside was a heavy metallic odor to the air. He passed down a dim corridor and into a circular room lit by a pale white light. All along the walls, lights flickered green, emitting almost inaudible beeping noises. Charlie slowly moved to the center of the room. No sign of Peter, or anyone else for that matter, and no doors or halls through which they could have passed. A chill went through him, though the room was uncomfortably warm. The lights abruptly turned red as the beeping sound intensified. Charlie's throat constricted. He turned back in time to watch a panel close off the hall with a gentle swish. He stared at that panel, the only wall of the room not occupied by flashing red lights, and felt his stomach cramp. There came a low, slow whine, and everything twisted. Charlie felt as if he were being pulled in opposite directions as the blinking lights bleared before his eyes. Everything stopped, all was dark and silent, and before Charlie could even begin to get his wits about him, someone was dragging him out into harsh sunlight. Get in line. The owner of the voice gave Charlie a shove. He stumbled, his stomach recoiling from the rush of fresh air that smelled faintly of vomit, his head spinning. Easy, now. A steadying hand took hold of his arm. Bend over and try not to breathe through your nose. And if you need to be sick, go ahead and be sick. Better not to hold it in. Charlie doubled over with his hands on his knees and did as the man suggested. Not the most pleasant of experiences, but it did make him feel better. Here, wipe your face with this. Charlie took the cool, slightly damp rag, and wiped his mouth. Thanks. Feel better? The man asked, taking the rag and dropping it into a nearby bucket of water. He was middle-aged, with graying hair going thin at the sides, and the crinkle of crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. His uniform was blue, and bore a triangle of silver stars on the chest. Charlie nodded. They stood in a grassy compound surrounded by a high brick wall topped with barbed wire. A metal building, identical to the one Charlie had entered, stood behind them. Across the length of the compound were several other buildings, these of brick. Men and women in blue moved about the area, some helping the boys who'd come before Charlie and some waiting with stretchers. Peter was sitting on the ground some feet away, his head pressed against his knees. Charlie headed in his direction only to be distracted by a shrill ping that reverberated in his eardrums. A soldier pulled Miranda from the metal building and pushed her in the same direction as he had pushed Charlie. Her face was pale, her eyes half closed, and she only managed a few stumbling steps before she collapsed. Both Charlie and the doctor rushed to her side. Charlie reached her first, dropping to his knees and rolling her over on her back. She was still alive, but unconscious. A slight trickle of blood leaked out from one nostril. The doctor crouched beside them, putting himself between Miranda and the soldier. Lift her head up a little, he told Charlie as he reached into his pocket and retrieved a small flashlight. He gave Charlie a sharp look. Are you a friend? Charlie, who'd never spoken a word to Miranda before the bus ride, nodded. The doctor flicked the flashlight on, then lifted the lid of Miranda's eye and shined the light on it. Even Charlie could see that her green eyes had taken on a decidedly purplish tint. The doctor glanced at him from the corner of his eye and Charlie caught the warning there. Sir? The soldier moved closer. Does the girl need medical attention? The doctor clicked off the light and stood. I'll take her and this boy inside. The soldier glanced at his clipboard, then down at Charlie. This one is an elf blood, sir. Would you like one of the soldiers to accompany you? The doctor gave the soldier, who was hardly out of his teens, a wry smile. "I think I can handle him." He motioned to those with the stretchers. 2 men came over and carefully lifted Miranda onto a stretcher, then carried her toward the largest of the brick buildings. By this time, Peter had stood and was now staring at Charlie with wide, alarmed eyes. Charlie stepped up beside the doctor. Something told him to keep his voice low. "Can we take him, too?" He looked at Peter. The doctor's lips twitched. "The little one, too." Peter came quickly to Charlie's side and they followed the doctor to the brick building. Inside, there were maybe 40 cots lined in neat rows with ample space between for the doctors and nurses to move between them. Along the walls, glass-fronted cabinets displayed various vials of medicine, as well as syringes and bandage material. The men with the stretcher deposited Miranda on a vacant cot and returned to the outside. Charlie sat beside her as the doctor strode over to one of the cabinets. Peter crowded close to Charlie, staring down at Miranda. "Is she okay?" "The doctor will take care of her," Charlie said. He wished he was as confident of that as he sounded. After 7 years of watching her across the aisle, he felt almost as if he knew her, as if they really were friends. It didn't make much sense, even to him, but he felt it anyway. He would surely hate for her die now, when he finally had a chance to know her. The doctor came back to them with a syringe and cotton swab. After wiping a spot on Miranda's neck, he injected her with the clear contents of the syringe. "There, that will bring her around in short order." He dropped the syringe into a metal tray attached to the cot, then smiled at Charlie. "My name is Dr. Simon. What's yours?" Charlie gave him their names. He was surprised the man would still smile at him, still talk friendly, even after hearing the hated word, elf blood, fall from the soldier's lips. "Is she really going to be okay?" "I don't see why not." Miranda stirred, opening her eyes. "What's going on? Where am I?" She sat up, her eyes wide and alarmed, until her gaze settled on Charlie. Her eyes no longer held that purplish cast, and Charlie wondered if he'd imagined it. "You're fine," Dr. Simon said. "You're in the camp medic unit, but you're fine now. You just had a unique reaction to coming through the transport." Miranda put a hand to her face. "My eyes." "Yes. But they're perfectly normal now," Dr. Simon said. "You're lucky. It could have been a lot worse." "Nobody saw?" "Only me and your friend, Charlie, here, Dot." "So her eyes really were purple?" Charlie looked from Miranda to Dr. Simon. "Why?" "He doesn't know?" Dr. Simon asked. Miranda shook her head. "You won't tell, will you?" "This camp is mobile," Dr. Simon said. "If we have to move, everyone's going to find out the truth." "But you won't tell?" "No, I won't tell." "Will somebody tell me what's going on?" Charlie asked. "I hate secrets." "You kids were separated into 2 groups for a reason," Dr. Simon said. "The transport has to be calibrated differently for people with mental abilities than it is for people without. Purple eye stain is a mild side effect of traveling through an improperly calibrated transport." He looked at Miranda. "Your parents were brave to not report whatever mental abilities you have, but..." "Precognition," Miranda said. "My mother was afraid that if anyone found out, I'd be taken away like her sister was." "What's precognition?" Peter asked, stumbling over the unfamiliar word. "It means she can see the future," Charlie said, staring at Miranda in numb shock. This seemed to be his day for finding out shocking secrets. Peter's mouth fell open. "You can see the future? How come you didn't see the buses coming and run away?" Miranda flushed. It's mostly only feelings I get sometimes. It's not like I can predict the future." In fact, she gave a breathy laugh, "Most of the time it's useless, at least so far as I can see." She looked at Charlie. But not always. Charlie met her gaze and felt a chill. Did she see something, or feel something, about him? He found the idea somehow creepy, yet fascinating. Well, you're wise to hide it, Dr. Simon said, standing. At least for as long as you can. You really don't want to go where the kids with mental abilities are. Where's that? Charlie asked. The special unit. Now, come on, we better get you three back to your group before somebody comes looking for you. Back outside, they found the other children standing in a clump near the gate. The man with the clipboard was impatiently tapping his pen against the paper. Everybody check out all right, sir? Right as rain. Dr. Simon gave them a smile as he turned and started back toward the brick building. Charlie looked back toward the transport. The doctors and the men with the stretchers were all gone. Thomas and Duncan and the others must have come through while Charlie was inside with Miranda. He wasn't sorry to have missed seeing Thomas, and wondered if the older boy was going to have a hard time of it in the special unit. The idea made him smile, but his good humor was short-lived. The man with the clipboard made a few marks on his paper, then raised his hand to the soldier on the platform above. That's the lot of them. The gate swung open. Beyond lay a maze of fenced-off areas, each containing a number of tents. Dirt roads wove around and past these sections, and everywhere there were people in uniform. Some wore the gray of the soldiers, but most were dressed in black. Within the fenced areas, people in ragged clothes milled about aimlessly, or sat slumped on the hard-packed earth. A man and woman, both dressed in black and sitting astride large bay horses, approached their group. Peter shrank back against Charlie, eyeing the horses fearfully. Charlie put a hand on his shoulder, thinking to himself they likely had more to worry about here than a couple of horses. And when the man with the clipboard spoke next, Charlie knew that he was right. Take this group to Sector F, the soldier said. And clap that one, he pointed his pen at Charlie. He's elf blood. Charlie winced as all eyes turned in his direction. The male guard's gaze narrowed as his hand strayed to the butt of the rifle mounted to the side of his horse's saddle. Charlie knew what the man was thinking, what they were all thinking. There were plenty of legends about elven magic, and, of course, the politically supported theory that elves were vicious, mindless animals. Legends, theories, nothing proved, at least not to Charlie. Especially not since Spree had given him that little bit of unasked for information about humans living in Kiloreen between the wars. Let's get moving, the male guard said, walking his horse to the head of the group while his partner moved in behind. No talking. Anybody who talks out of turn will be headed straight for the pit. The group started down the road that led between the fenced-off areas. Charlie could not help but notice a certain space around himself, and it made his heart sink. His secret was out and he could no longer hide behind the fact that he bore no resemblance to an elf. Things were only bound to go downhill from here. A warm hand slipped into his, and Charlie turned with surprise to look into Miranda's smiling face. She didn't say anything, couldn't say anything, but that smile was enough. And, for at least this moment, it made everything else okay. Chapter 7. Sector F was no different from the other areas they passed. A group of dingy tents scattered across a small enclosed area of hard-packed earth. No grass, no trees, just the brown earth baking under the sun. Halt, the male guard said, bringing their group to a stop outside the gate. He touched the small comm attached to the collar of his uniform. Guard Marlborough. Gate F. New workers, ... His partner's comb crackled and a male voice spoke. Confirm. She touched her comb, Guard Lafayette. Confirming new workers at Gate F. Confirmed. A ping, and the gate swung open. The occupants of Sector F were a ragged bunch. They gathered around the water trough, staring at the children as they entered. Gaunt, with skin bronzed by the sun, they had a uniform look to them that was unnerving. Line up, Guard Marlborough said. Little ones in front. Charlie put a hand on Peter's shoulder, making sure the boy stood in front of him as they moved into line. He feared Peter would pull away, but he seemed willing enough to stay close to Charlie, at least for the moment. "Welcome to your new home," Guard Marlborough said, leaning back in the saddle. "There are a few basic rules you need to know in order to get along here. Follow the rules, and your time spent in the camp will pass pleasantly. Break the rules, and you will be punished. Rule number 1, you will not, under any circumstances, speak to your superiors unless you are spoken to first. Rule number 2, all persons in uniform are your superiors. You do exactly what they tell you to do, exactly when they tell you to do it. No hesitation, no back talk. No matter what it is, you do it. I don't care if they point to a pile of horseshit and tell you to eat it. You do it. Rule number 3, you eat, you work, you sleep. That is all that you do. This is not the place for socializing, romantic interludes, or anything else. You work. That's what you're here for. Rule number 4, whenever you are within your own sector and there is neither a guard nor a soldier present, Margot is in charge. He nodded toward a middle-aged woman in a gray tunic. As you can see, the rules are few and simple. So simple, even the least intelligent among you should be able to understand them. His gaze focused on Charlie. In the days ahead, some of you may find yourselves entertaining the idea of escape. Don't. Every fence in this camp holds a high voltage of electricity. Touch one of them and you will be dead in 5 seconds. He smiled unpleasantly. There are 2 such fences surrounding the entirety of the camp. There are armed guards on duty 24/7, making regular rounds on foot and horseback, as well as manning the guard towers with mounted machine guns. Any attempt at an escape will fail and any persons found to be involved in such an attempt will be executed. You. Guard Marlborough lifted his rifle and pointed it at Charlie. Get over here. Charlie gave Peter's shoulder a reassuring squeeze as he stepped out of line and approached the guard. He could feel the eyes on him, so many eyes. How he hated to be the center of so much attention. Guard Marlborough laid his rifle across his lap, then reached into his saddlebag to withdraw a metal collar with a length of chain attached. Embedded in this collar were 3 blue magestones and at end of the chain was a metal cuff. Lift your left arm. Charlie did as he was told, though he would have liked a closer look at the stones before the collar was clamped around his neck. Everybody knew about magestones, but few people had the opportunity to actually see one. Guard Marlborough placed the cuff around Charlie's wrist and, for the first time in his life, he felt his elven heritage weighing down on him. No more hiding, no more pretending, the truth was there for all to see. Back in line. With his gaze focused on the ground, Charlie returned to his place in line. The metal was cold against his skin, the stairs hot. He wished Grant was here. Margot, show these new workers to their tent and see they rest up before it's time to work. Guard Marlborough turned his horse and, together with his partner, left Sector F. The click of the gate shutting sounded loud as thunder to Charlie, felt as final as death. Margot approached them, a friendly smile on her face. Welcome to Sector F. We don't exactly have 5-star accommodations here, but we do what we can. She made a follow-me motion with her hand. We get 2 meals a day, Margot said, as she led them between the tents, but they only fill the water trough once a day, so don't get greedy. As for your bathroom business, there's a pit on the other side of the tents. It's a little too close to the fence, so watch yourselves. It's also deep and they only drain it about once every couple of weeks, so don't fall in. She came to a stop by a tent near the back fence. Beyond the fence was a narrow, empty space that separated Sector F from the sector behind it. Any questions? What if we want to take a bath? One of the girls asked. Margot laughed. Honey, the only way you're going to get a bath is by standing out in the rain. Any other questions? Where are we? Miranda asked. I have no idea. Oh, we're somewhere in Angland, but that's about all I can tell you. This is a mobile prison camp, hard to pinpoint an exact location. Prison camp? Christine stared at the woman in alarm. Did you say prison camp? Margot nodded. Until the soldiers moved in and put us to work. Now we're a work camp. Funny thing is, there's not much difference between the two. Any more questions? No? Good. You better rest up, it'll be our turn in the quarry in an hour or so. Miranda grabbed Charlie's hand as he started to enter the tent. Come over here, I want to talk to you for a minute. Charlie followed her around behind the tent. Once they were alone, she turned, her eyes drifting to the collar. Charlie shifted uncomfortably. So that was why she wanted to talk to him. You don't look like an elf, she said. I'm not an elf. She stepped closer, a little too close for Charlie's comfort. Are those mage stones? Yeah. The scent of strawberries seemed to swirl inside his head. She came closer, until they were almost touching, and Charlie felt a little flutter in his stomach. I've never seen one before, she said. She reached up and brushed her fingers across the stones. They're cold. She dropped her hand and stepped back, much to Charlie's relief. Having her that close made his heart stutter. I don't care, she said, gazing now at his face. That you're an elf, I mean. I was just surprised. Stop calling me that, Charlie said. I'm not an elf. If that's what you wanted to talk about, you can forget it. I'm sorry, she said, and he could see she meant it. No, that's not what I wanted to talk about. But what I need to say is it sounds so strange even in my head and I can't really explain. She sighed. Sometimes I hate this gift, curse, whatever it is. It's not as if I get a clear picture, but I felt this, I knew I needed to talk to you. I always knew it, I just didn't know when I would have the opportunity. Ever since the first day you came to school, I've had this feeling about you. Something big is coming, and whatever this is, tells me it centers around you. I need to be close to you when it happens. You're going to need my help. Something big? Like what? I don't know. But it's coming, I can feel it. If anyone else had said such words to him, Charlie would have thought they were crazy, or at least a liar, but looking into Miranda's eyes, he couldn't do anything but believe. What if I don't want to be part of something big? What if I like being invisible? Miranda's expression turned somber. Something big is coming, you can't hide from it. So what, my future is set in stone. I have no control over it, is that what you're telling me? No. We have our choices to make and you could choose to back away. But I don't think you will. Miranda stepped around him and headed toward the front of the tent. And Charlie, she smiled at him over her shoulder, you were never invisible. Chapter 8. Charlie didn't know what to expect when the guards returned for them. Some kind of work, that much was obvious, and judging from where they were it wasn't likely to be pleasant work. Whatever it was they were doing here, it wasn't work they could hire people to do. Instead, they were using prisoners, orphans, the kind of people no one was likely to come looking for or ask questions about. That worried him. Standing beside the water trough, Charlie stared dismally down at the murky water. Little spots floated on the still surface. There was a hook at the far end of the trough with a ladle dangling from it, but at the moment he wasn't thirsty enough to drink from it. The home might not have been the best of places, but at least their one had clean water to drink and a cup to drink it from. Most everyone else in Sector F was in their tents, but Charlie had found himself unable to relax there. The other kids kept glancing at him and whispering among themselves until he couldn't stand it anymore. So he walked out, and now here he was, alone, contemplating how much worse than the home this place was apt to be. Charlie didn't pay much attention to the two men who came up to the other end of the trough, until one of them spoke. It's a downright sin, the man said, lifting the ladle from its hook, putting an elf blood in among humans. Charlie stiffened. Sure is, his companion said. Seems to me they could have found some of his own kind to put him with. The first man dipped the ladle into the trough. You know, I always wondered what kind of human being would lay down with an elf. And even if you did, the second man said, you could surely do something about it if there was something to come of it. Like if you got a dog with some mongrel pups, why, you just wrap them pups up in a sack and toss them in the river. Easy as that. Charlie gritted his teeth. He wanted to walk away, but he couldn't because that would only add fuel to the fire. You ask me, they should have killed all them elves way back when, instead of letting them mix their blood with ours. He slurped the water from the ladle, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Was it up to me, we'd go on and do now what we should have done then. He hung the ladle back on its hook, then the two men walked off, leaving Charlie to fume alone. Bitter tears burned his eyes as he stared down at the cuff on his wrist. This was one of those times when he had to wonder to himself why his father had to go and marry an elf blood. He knew when he married her what she was, what their child would be, so why? Charlie couldn't remember his mother, but he remembered missing her. There was a photograph his father had kept on the table, a photograph of his mother, young, smiling. Charlie used to sit and stare at that picture for hours at a time. He resembled his mother much more than his father. He had her eyes, her hair, her build, even her smile. Those things used to make him feel comforted, as if part of his mother lived on in him, and now he hated those things about himself that came from her. Sometimes he hated her and his father, and most especially that long-dead ancestor that first took an elf woman to his bed. He hated himself too and would have preferred never to have been born. Part of him was angry for the things those men said, but another part agreed with them. People began to file out of their tents and enter the open space around the water trough. Charlie avoided looking at any of them as he tried to gather himself. He wouldn't let them see him cry, wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Charlie? He turned to look down at Peter and braced himself for, well, he wasn't sure. What? Peter looked up at him with those wide brown eyes. I'm scared. Charlie put his arm around Peter and gave him a hug. Me too. But as long as we stick together, everything will be okay. Right? Right. Charlie took Peter's hand and together they joined the others who were gathered by the gate. Miranda slipped up next to them. Guess it's time to go to work, huh? Maybe you shouldn't stand so close to me, Charlie said. He didn't want to push away one of the few people he thought he could call his friend, but he also didn't want her finding trouble because of him. People talk. She smiled. Words only hurt if we let them. The gate swung open, and the occupants of Sector F fell in between the two guards. The same guards who had brought the children to the sector, Charlie noticed with unease. Something in Guard Marlborough's eyes reminded him of Thomas, and that was a decidedly unpleasant thought. They followed the dirt road past more fenced-in areas. Some of those inside paused to watch them pass, but mostly they were ignored. Beyond the last sector was a wide yard surrounded by steel buildings. Towering above this was a 3-story steel building topped with crenellated turrets. Sunlight glinted off the barrels of the machine guns mounted therein. Men and women in gray uniforms moved back and forth between the buildings, giving little attention to the group moving across the center of the yard. A guard tower stood beside a gate in the fence, and it was here that Guard Marlborough brought them to a stop. A guard looked down at them. What sector? F, Guard Marlborough said, reporting for duty at the quarry. The guard ducked back into the tower. A moment later, Guard Marlborough's comm crackled. Confirm. Guard Marlborough made his confirmation and Guard Lafayette followed suit. The first gate swung open. The group crossed a space between the fences and stopped at a second gate, where the process was repeated. After this, it was a long walk to the quarry across brittle grass that crunched underfoot. The land was flat and colorless under the cloudless sky, the sun beating down with furnace heat. The quarry itself was some 15 feet deep by 30 wide. A makeshift staircase reached down to the bottom, which was pitted and rocky and covered with a fine dusting of white. Above the quarry hovered a complicated system of pulleys and levers. Long ropes, with buckets tied to their ends, dangled down from it. But what drew Charlie's gaze, and that of the other children as well, was the magestone. About the size of a child's fist, the stone sat in a cradle at the center of the contraption. Magestones, which could power anything from a child's toy to an entire city, were generally kept hidden from the eyes of the general populace. Most people would go their entire lives and never see one. Charlie had seen plenty, though never one even half so large as this one. His father, who was dishonorably discharged from the army before Charlie was born, couldn't get much of a job with his record. So, he'd resorted to selling stolen magestones, a strictly monitored commodity, on the black market. Guard Marlborough turned his horse around to face the group. For those of you who are new here, you'll be digging for a mineral called diranium. It looks something like a rock, but has a metallic sheen that's easy enough to see in the sunlight. When you find the diranium, you place it into the nearest bucket so it can be lifted and transported to the cart. He indicated the cart, a metal drum surrounded by a wicker frame on wheels, as he spoke. I will remind you that any attempt at escape will be met with lethal force. He laid a hand on his rifle. Now get to work. The group moved toward a pile of pickaxes and shovels. Not you, elf blood, Guard Marlborough said. You get over here by this cart where I can keep an eye on you. Charlie, his lips pressed back against his teeth in a barely restrained scowl, turned and moved toward the cart. He caught Peter's hesitation from the corner of his eye. The boy looked on the verge of following after him, and that could only end badly. Charlie gave his head a slight shake and Peter reluctantly followed the others toward the stairs. When those buckets come up, Guard Marlborough said to Charlie, you untie them, bring them over here, dump their contents into the cart, then retie them to the ropes. Think you can handle that, elf blood? Charlie looked at the ground. Yes, sir. He had to force the words to come, but they sounded natural enough. Guard Marlborough moved his horse several paces away, and Charlie settled down in what little temporary shade the cart had to offer. The diranium came in fits and spurts. For a long while, there was nothing. Then, one here, one there, maybe a small pocket which would yield a handful, then more nothing. For the most part, Charlie had nothing to do but sit in the sweltering blaze of the sun. For a time he wondered about the diranium, what it was for, why they were out here in the middle of nowhere scraping what little they got out of the hard ground, but after a while even that got boring. He closed his eyes and imagined a brook, with weeping willows dipping their branches into the cool water. He'd dreamed of this place often enough, though he'd never seen anything like it in life. He was starting to drift toward the little brook when the sharp crack of a whip jerked him from half-sleep. I didn't call for a break. For a moment, Charlie thought Guard Marlborough was speaking to him, then realized the man was looking down into the quarry. Charlie stood and approached the edge so that he too could look down. What he saw was Peter pushing himself to his feet and struggling to lift a pickaxe longer than he was tall. Concerned for the younger boy, Charlie threw caution to the wind and approached the guard's horse. He's only a little kid and he's exhausted. Couldn't you let me take his place a while so he can oof? Charlie's breath went out in a rush as the butt of Guard Marlborough's rifle slammed into his sternum. He dropped to the ground, all the air driven from his lungs. Keep to your place, elf blood. Charlie rolled over on his back. Little black spots danced across his vision. I said, keep to your place, elf blood. Or don't you hear too well? This question was accompanied by the click of a rifle being cocked. Charlie, refusing to crawl, forced himself unsteadily to his feet and made his way back over to the cart. He spent the rest of the afternoon in pain, as the blow from the gun seemed to have jostled his already bruised ribs. What he wouldn't give for some of those little pain pills now. The sun was sliding toward the western horizon before Guard Marlborough called a halt to the day's work. The workers trudged out of the pit, many of them dragging their tools along beside them. Charlie, who'd had nothing to eat since supper the night before, was feeling lightheaded. As the group gathered up to go back to camp, Peter again started toward Charlie. This time it was Miranda who stopped him. She leaned over and whispered something in his ear and, though he didn't look too happy about it, he allowed her to draw him toward the rest of the group. Charlie appreciated that Peter wanted to be with him, but he appreciated it more that Miranda hadn't allowed it. Guard Marlborough rode over next to the cart. "Up on your feet, elf blood. Get around here in front and pull this cart like a good little pony." He chuckled. "Pack horse, that's about all your kind is good for anyway." Charlie grabbed the side of the wagon and pulled himself to his feet. The world swayed alarmingly for a moment before settling back into place. There were 2 poles sticking out from the front of the cart. Charlie stepped between these and let the back portion of the poles settle on his shoulders, while he gripped the front part with his hands. He planted both feet firmly on the ground and pushed hard while simultaneously leaning his weight forward and pulling with his hands. The cart wheels held for a moment, then rolled forward. 1 foot at a time, Charlie slowly pulled the cart along behind the rest of the group. It was only half full, but much heavier than he would have thought. By the time they reached the yard, Charlie's ribs were in constant, throbbing pain. His head buzzed, his temples pulsed with every heartbeat, and the black spots had not only returned, but doubled. He felt light, as if he could float away if not for the weight of the cart, which had surely grown heavier the further he pulled it. "That's far enough," Guard Lafayette said. "Stay put until we return." Charlie stopped, hardly aware of where he was or of the fact that the rest of the group was moving on without him. He couldn't have run if he wanted to, it was all he could do to cling to the poles in order to keep himself on his feet. His head hung and his shoulder-length hair stuck to his face. Passing soldiers laughed or made rude comments. The sound of their voices blended together in Charlie's ears until they sounded almost like the bubble of a brook crossing over stones. Something cool touched his cheek, flooding a chill through him that chased away all the aches and pains, leaving him clear-headed and regained in strength. He lifted his head and found himself looking into the slanted brown eyes of an elf. Charlie blinked, thinking to himself that either the heat had boiled his brain or he was asleep somewhere, dreaming. For he dreamed of eyes like that often enough. The girl smiled at him. Her long, silver-blonde hair was drawn back from her face to reveal delicate features and a pair of pointed ears. Like Charlie, she wore the cuff and collar that marked her as elf blood, though she hardly needed them. "Who?" "Shoo," she put a slender finger to her lips. Charlie nodded. "Right, no talking." The girl lifted a ladle of water from the bucket she carried and offered it to him. Charlie took the ladle with a nod of thanks and tried not to stare. The picture of Charlie's mother had shown clearly that her ears had a slight tip to them, a sure marker of her elven heritage and, thankfully, not one of the things she'd passed on to her son. But that was a picture and Charlie could not remember his mother as a living person. This was an elf standing in front of him, a real live elf, and you didn't see elves wandering around on the streets. Like sprites, and most other non-humans, elves were not permitted to live freely in Angland. They were slaves, as Charlie's ancestor had been. Only those with mixed blood, whose ancestors were legally wed, were permitted to live as true citizens of the country. There were many humans who had fought to have this changed, but they hadn't managed it so far. The girl took the ladle back and Charlie was tempted to ask her name. There was something about her, something that drew him, something that called to the dark place inside where that strange and frightening anger lay coiled and sleeping. That anger that he was always aware of, but had only surfaced a few times in his life. Guard Marlborough came riding up on his horse and the moment passed. The guard glared at the girl with narrowed eyes. "Get on back to your master, elf." The girl's eyes held Charlie's a moment longer, then she turned and walked toward a nearby building. Charlie watched her until she had stepped inside and out of his sight, then he continued to stare at the doorway through which she'd passed. Guard Marlborough kicked the cart, refocusing Charlie's attention. Trust a couple of elves to sniff each other out, even in a place big as this one. Like a pair of dogs. Charlie's hands tightened around the poles as he heard again the man's comment from earlier. Mongrel, dogs, this was what they thought, these humans, who would have gone about their business and let Charlie drop from heat exhaustion. But I'm human, his heart cried, I'm human. But the part of himself that was always so certain it wanted no part of his elven heritage, suddenly seemed a little less sure of itself. Let's go, elf blood. Time to dump that diranium and teach you the consequences of disobeying rule number 1. Chapter 9. Charlie's shoulders burned, his wrists were raw and bleeding, and his ribs felt as if someone was slowly pulling them apart. His stomach growled and cramped, his throat was raw. He sighed, laying his head against his arm. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he'd long since given up trying to wipe it away. It felt as if he'd been hanging there a very long time, though the sun was only now slipping over the horizon. Lights came on in the yard, where Charlie was hanging by his wrists 3 feet off the ground on full display for the amusement of the soldiers and guards. And plenty of them were amused, laughing and making jeering comments as they passed by. A few even spit at him. Not exactly the kind of behavior one would expect from adults. Hello? Charlie opened his eyes. You. His throat was so dry it was hard to work up the spit to say the word. The elf girl smiled. Lily, my name is Lily. I suppose this isn't the best time, but I wanted to talk to you for a minute. What's your name? Charlie. And you're an elf blood? Charlie wasn't feeling much up to answering obvious questions. He wasn't feeling much up to talking at all, and so he just stared back at her. I'm sorry, she said. That was a foolish question. Of course you're an elf blood. You wouldn't be wearing the collar otherwise. It's only that you look so human. Charlie coughed and cleared his throat, am human. Yes, of course you are. I didn't mean, she flushed pink. You don't look at all like an elf. If you weren't wearing that collar, I would have doubted my senses. Charlie wondered if she was trying to make a point or just passing idle chatter. If it was the latter, she really could have picked a better time. At the moment, he felt somewhat like a piece of frayed rope about to snap. Not that I mind looking the way I do. She shifted from foot to foot, then looked over her shoulder. It's only that being able to pass for human means you can go places where elves aren't allowed. Charlie bit back an angry retort. He didn't think the girl was trying to insult him. In fact, she would probably be insulted if she knew what he was thinking, knew how he felt about his elven blood. Have you ever been to Kiloreen? She asked, looking up at him again. What? He wasn't sure if she was talking in circles or if he was just having a hard time following the conversation, but his foot had started to itch and it was still hot, even with the sun going down. He wondered if they were going to leave him out here all night. Lily regarded him thoughtfully. Don't you feel it? Feel what? He did feel something, the stirring of that sleeping anger, but something else as well, something he couldn't understand. It was as if he knew her, though that was entirely impossible. Never mind. It doesn't matter right now. She looked over her shoulder. A soldier was approaching them. I want to talk to you again, later. If I send for you, will you come? Lily, the soldier called. She turned before Charlie could give her an answer. Master Wyman, I just wanted to talk to Charlie. Master Wyman glanced at Charlie without much interest, his eyes lingering momentarily on the collar before returning to Lily. That's fine, but the hour is late. We should be getting back to the house. Then who should join them but Guard Marlborough? Charlie was actually glad to see the man this time. It meant he would be going back to his sector and, hopefully, there would be food there waiting for him. Master Wyman, Guard Marlborough said. I need to return this boy to his sector, sir. The sir came out strained and the guard wrinkled his nose, as if the word left a bad taste in his mouth. If you're done with him. Master Wyman regarded the guard coolly. By all means. Far be it for me to hamper your duties. Come, Lily. Guard Marlborough watched them go with narrowed eyes. He muttered something under his breath, something Charlie couldn't hear, then withdrew a knife from his pocket. He drew his horse up even with Charlie, then used the knife to cut the rope. Charlie dropped, but landed easily on his feet. Judging by the scowl on the guard's face, that wasn't his intent. "Move," he said, prodding Charlie with his boot. Charlie gritted his teeth against the pain as he lowered his arms. The landing had been pure instinct, something he could credit from his elven heritage, but that didn't mean it hadn't hurt. His legs were tingling and rubbery, his shoulders screaming in pain that ran all the way down to his fingertips. He had the feeling tomorrow was not going to be a pleasant day. The sun had set, leaving only a fiery glow at the rim of the world to mark its passing. Stars glittered coldly overhead and the temperature took a dip, though not far enough to even come close to describing the night as cool. The dirt road was lined with street lights that cast a sickly yellow glow across the ground. Insects buzzed and bumped against their warmth. Each pole held two lights, one that shone on the road and another that arched over the fences and into each sector, so that the faces of those within were also lit with that yellow glow. When they reached Sector F, the other members of Charlie's group were gathered up in the open space before the tents, eating. Though his stomach cramped painfully at the smell, Charlie went first for the water trough and reached for the ladle. His arm stopped halfway up, his stressed shoulders simply refusing to move any further. He let his arm drop back to his side and hung his head. Maybe he would just go back to the tent and collapse. That was about all he felt like doing at the moment. "Charlie!" Miranda touched his arm and he jumped. He hadn't even heard her come up to him. "Need some help?" she asked. He nodded. She dipped the ladle twice and brought it up to his lips so he could drink, then poured a third dip over his head. He sighed as the cool water ran across his skin. Miranda smiled. "Better?" "Much. Come on, you should eat something." The adults and the children were separated into two groups. Charlie doubted he'd be very welcome at either one of them, but let Miranda lead him over to where Peter was sitting. The other children were watching Charlie as well, but he ignored them as he and Miranda Saturday. "Are you all right?" she asked, handing him a tray of food. "I am now." Charlie looked down at his tray. "Or maybe not." Cold, stringy meat and lumpy gravy with a dry piece of bread to sop it up, not exactly gourmet fare. "This looks like puke," Peter said, poking at the meat with his finger. "Ugh, don't say puke," Charlie said. With some effort, and as little shoulder movement as was possible, he managed to get a bite of food into his mouth. It tasted no better than it looked, but he was hungry enough not to care. "Don't play with it, Peter, just eat it." Peter made a face, but dutifully scooped some up with his bread and put it into his mouth. The other children were making much the same kind of faces as they too tried to choke down their dinner. "What did they do to you, Charlie?" Miranda asked. There was real concern in her eyes, a fact that pleased Charlie as much as it surprised him. "They had me hanging from a pole by my wrists. It wasn't so bad, really." Miranda looked down at his raw, bloody wrists, and frowned. "We kind of figured they might have dragged you off somewhere and shot you," Alvin said. It was only then that Charlie realized the other kids were listening intently to his conversation with Miranda. Miranda shot Alvin a scowl. "We did not. But we were worried. I guess it could have been worse. That guard might have shot you right there for daring to talk to him." She slipped her hand over his. "You were very brave." Charlie flushed. "I wasn't trying to be brave." He wished the other kids would stop looking at him like that. "I know." Her gaze met his and a slow warmth crept across his chest. "Hey, Elfblood," one of the men called out, "come here a minute, we want to ask you a question." There was some low laughter from several other men, so Charlie guessed this was not a friendly invitation. Not now, he thought, not in front of her. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Elf." "Just ignore them, Charlie," Miranda said, holding his gaze. "They aren't worth your time." "What, you think you're too good to talk to me?" This man was not one of the men from earlier. Charlie knew those kinds of men like his father who were all talk unless they had a few drinks in them. "Maybe I should go over there," Charlie said, speaking softly. "Let them have their laugh. What does it matter?" The man, who was at least a foot taller than Charlie and all muscle, stood. This one looked to him to be more like Thomas, brave enough when his opponent was smaller and weaker. Charlie didn't want that guy coming over here. But when he made a move to stand, Miranda tightened her grip on his hand. "Don't go over there," she said. "If he wants to make a fool of himself, let him." Unlike Charlie, Miranda made no effort to lower her voice so that her words carried clearly in the sudden silence. The man's face reddened. He stepped around his friends and approached where Charlie and Miranda were sitting. The other kids melted back. "You best stand up and pay attention when your betters are speaking, elf." Charlie, too embarrassed to hold Miranda's gaze any longer, stared down at the ground. The man leaned over and smacked Charlie's tray from his hands, causing the contents to spill across the front of his shirt and into his lap. Charlie flinched, his hands curling into fists in his lap. He was angry at being embarrassed in front of Miranda, and angry that the only food he would get tonight was congealing on the front of his shirt, but mostly angry at the fact that he couldn't do anything about it. Miranda jumped to her feet. "Why don't you go pick on someone your own size, you great oaf? Why don't you shut up and sit down, elf lover?" The man gave Miranda a shove that knocked her flat. A dark cloud descended over Charlie's vision. He could feel that anger rise up and tried to grab hold of it, but it slipped through his fingers like smoke. He was on his feet, his earlier pain and exhaustion erased as if they had never been, and giving the man a mighty shove that sent him stumbling back before he even realized he was moving. The man looked startled, for clearly he hadn't expected a boy of Charlie's size to be capable of doing such a thing. Then someone laughed and made a derisive comment. The man's expression tightened. He took a swing which Charlie easily ducked. The cloud was already lifting, leaving Charlie with that slightly confused feeling, and as he moved away from the man he tripped over his own feet and hit the ground on all fours. Charlie squeezed his eyes shut, expecting to soon find himself pummeled into the ground. "Enough!" Margot's voice cut through the silence. Charlie opened his eyes and watched Margot march toward them. "You stop right there," she said, fixing the man with a glare. "You want to knock heads with one of these guys over here, fine, but nobody beats up on any kids under my watch." The man, who stood a full head taller and was at least 15 years younger than the stocky brunette, stepped back. "He's only an elf. Besides, he hit me first. He's a kid and you started it. Now get back over there before I have your sorry ass hauled off by the guards." The man, grumbling under his breath, rejoined his friends. Margot turned to Charlie. "Are you okay, Dot?" "Fine," Charlie said through gritted teeth. Once again, everybody was staring at him, some with a touch of fear. He pushed himself to his feet and dusted off his jeans. Without looking back, Charlie stalked off toward the tents. He wanted to lie down and be asleep before the other kids joined him and started in with the questions, or worse, the whispers. Anger and shame fought for dominance as he walked. So what, he thought to himself, so what did he care what they thought, any of them? He wasn't one of them. He'd be better off with his own kind. Only he didn't have a kind, did he? Not human, not elf, part of both but belonging to neither. Charlie? He kept walking. Go away. Charlie, wait a minute. Let's talk. I don't want to talk, Dot. Miranda caught up to him and grabbed hold of his arm. Stop, please. Talk to me. He shook her hand away. Don't, all right? It's fine. I'm used to it. But how did you, that guy was so big, so how? I don't know, okay? I just don't know. His shoulders sagged. Something came over me, that's all. I don't know what it was. Has it happened before? A couple of times, he muttered. I don't want to talk about it. But what is it? I said I don't want to talk about it. He whirled toward her, his hands curled into fists. This anger was of a more normal kind, not like the anger that came with that detached feeling. This was anger born mostly of shame and confusion. Just drop it. Okay, she said, looking slightly hurt. I'm sorry, Dot. Charlie sighed, unclenching his fists with effort. He wasn't angry at her. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. That was embarrassing. Why? Miranda looked genuinely puzzled. That guy was the one acting like a jerk, not you. What do you have to be embarrassed about? Well, because, he frowned. I don't know, but everyone was looking at me. So? Charlie made an exasperated sound. So, wouldn't you have been embarrassed? She grinned. People were staring at me too. Do I look embarrassed? Well, no. But you're weird? Yeah, maybe, a little. I don't know. Charlie ran a hand through his hair. I've had a bad day. So I noticed. Come on, she reached out and took his hand, let's go back to the tent. I think you'll feel better after you sleep, Dot. Charlie felt better already, holding her hand as they walked under the stars to the tent. Okay, so they weren't exactly in the most romantic of places, and these were certainly not the most romantic of circumstances, but it was still nice. The light from the street lamp didn't shine this far back, so it was fairly dark inside the tent. Charlie and Miranda moved toward the back and sat down side by side. Lay down and go to sleep, she said. You're exhausted. Do you think it's going to be weird, now? Charlie asked, with the other kids? Wasn't it already weird? Yeah, I guess it was. Charlie stared into the darkness, feeling emboldened by the fact that they couldn't see each other. I don't really think you're weird. I know. I guess I kind of like you. Charlie could feel himself blush and was twice as glad that Miranda couldn't see him. I know. A moment of silence. Do you think I'm weird? Yes. Now go to sleep. Charlie smiled. Chapter 10. Charlie slumped against the side of the cart and scratched his neck where damp hair clung to his skin. The relentless heat beat down on him, until it seemed as if the air itself were pressed against him, until it seemed there was no air at all but only the heat. There he sat, doing little, and he could barely breathe. Charlie could only imagine how much worse it must be for those down in the quarry, digging and scraping for what little diranium the ground was willing to offer. Heat waves shimmered in the still air, like ripples in the water. Ripples in a brook. Charlie laid his head back and stared up at the sky. It was so blue it hurt to look at it. But to the north, there were clouds building. Dark clouds, clouds that marred the sky with rain. They were a long way off yet, and with not so much as a breath of air, Charlie couldn't tell whether or not they were blowing his way. Charlie closed his eyes. He'd dreamed last night, as he often dreamed, of elves. There was something different about the dream this time, though he couldn't say what. He could only remember bits and pieces, feelings, the rest was a blur. Sweat slid down the side of Charlie's nose. In his mind, he pictured that brook with cool, clear water and the trees dipping down. How he wished he could go there now. Cool gray rock rising up around a narrow valley, trees so green against the blue sky, a waterfall, singing down the side of the hill to roll its water across the brown pebbles in the brook bed, a breeze, cool in the shadows thrown by the trees. Patches of sunlight broke through the canopy in places, casting a mottled light upon the ground. Charlie walked through one of these as he made his way to the brook. He had no idea where he was, and yet he felt as if he'd been here before, as if he belonged here. On the other side of the brook, a cave opening yawned black against the gray stone. Charlie could see nothing of what lay inside, but he could feel it waiting. What it might be, he couldn't imagine. But that it was there, waiting for him, of that he was certain. Charlie sat up with a gasp. At first, he was dazed, unsure of what had drawn him up from his dream. Then he saw the wagon, an old, unsteady-looking thing on wooden wheels. Two shaggy ponies, each of which sported a 10-inch silver horn in the center of its head, were hitched to the wagon. It was the ponies that had woken Charlie, for they were snorting and shaking their manes, stamping their hooves against the ground. The pony nearest Charlie eyed him with one large black eye, ears flicking in a nervous manner. Two men in blue uniforms came up the steps from down in the quarry, carrying a stretcher between them. On this stretcher lay Peter, looking pale and still. Charlie wanted to jump to his feet, but his legs were shaking so that he could not stand. He wanted to call out, to ask if Peter was all right, but his throat was too tight. Which was just as well, for either action would have only gotten him into trouble. Charlie could only watch as the men loaded Peter into the back of the wagon, then turned it back toward camp. Guard Marlborough instructed those in the quarry to get back to work. For about half a second, Charlie thought about asking the guard what happened to Peter, but he knew it was useless. If he thought the man would actually tell him, it would be worth the punishment, but he knew that Guard Marlborough wouldn't tell him anything. No matter, somebody down in the quarry would know, maybe even Miranda, and he could ask as soon as they were back in their sector. The rest of the day seemed to crawl, and even the steady approach of the storm clouds couldn't take Charlie's mind from Peter. Finally, it was over and they were delivered back to Sector F. While most everyone milled around outside, eyeing the sky and musing on whether or not they would see any rain, Charlie went straight for the kids' tent. He didn't really believe he would find Peter there, but he hoped to. When Charlie stepped into the tent, he found it empty. A hollow feeling grew in the pit of his stomach. If Peter was seriously ill, or dead, would anyone bother telling them? He didn't think so. Miranda stepped into the tent beside him and touched his arm. "It'll be okay. I'm sure Peter's fine." Charlie's heart jumped. "How sure?" I didn't mean I felt anything, I just..." She flushed, looking away. "I only meant that I hope he's okay." The slight spark of hope ignited by her words faded. "Do you know what happened to him?" "He was working right along and he seemed fine, until he passed out. Margot checked on him and she said he had a fever, so Guard Marlborough sent for the medics." "Didn't you hear any of that?" "I was asleep." Charlie paced away from her, his mind whirling. There was only one thing he could do if he wanted to make sure Peter was all right. "I have to go check on him," he said. "What are you talking about?" "I'm going to pretend I'm sick so they'll have to take me to the medic unit and then I can find out what happened to Peter." "How are you going to do that?" Miranda watched him pace, a frown creasing her brow. "Who are you going to ask?" "That doctor that helped you, Dr. Simon. Maybe he'd be willing to tell me something." Miranda shook her head. "When they find out you aren't sick, you'll get into trouble." "I don't care." Charlie stopped his pacing and turned to face her. "This might not make any sense to you, but Peter is my friend. I don't have so many of those that I can afford to lose one." "Well, I'm your friend too," Miranda said. "And I don't want to lose you." Such words from her sent a warm feeling through him, but also made him hesitate. If talking to a guard without permission had got him hung from a pole, what might happen to him for faking sick? On the other hand, could he go on not knowing where Peter was or what had happened to him? He didn't think so. "Nothing bad is going to happen to me," Charlie said. "I'll go and find out about Peter and then I'll come right back." Before Miranda could reply, the other kids started coming into the tent. "Looks like rain," Alvin said. "Maybe it'll rain for days and we won't have to work." Some of the other kids muttered their agreement as they dropped in various positions of exhaustion. Miranda turned away from Charlie. "Hey, everybody listen up, I have something to say." The other kids fell silent, turning their attention toward Miranda, who proceeded to tell them what Charlie had in mind. "So everybody has to go along with it," she concluded, "or Charlie will get into trouble. I know some of you don't like that he's an elf blood, and maybe some of you are even a little afraid of him. But we're a family here, the only family we have, and we have to stick together. I defy a single one of you to give any good reason why Charlie shouldn't be part of our family, and I don't want to hear anybody say the word elf." Some of the kids exchanged glances, but nobody said a word. "Good." Miranda turned to Charlie. "I'll go tell Margot you're sick, but I want it known that I don't think this is a very smart idea." "Sweet, yes. Brave, yes. Smart, no. I'll be right back, Charlie, so you better get to acting sick." With that, she went out the tent flap. Charlie stared at the flap a moment after she was gone, feeling slightly dazed. The girl was a whirlwind. Now, if he could only figure a way to be convincingly sick. He had an idea, but it wasn't a good one, not that any of his ideas seemed to be good ones. "Alvin? Can you do me a favor?" "Sure, Charlie." "What?" "Punch me." "What?" Alvin stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. "I said it. So come on, punch me quick before the guards get here." Alvin looked at Christine. "Is he serious?" Christine, who looked as if she understood what Charlie was thinking, nodded. "You better go ahead and do it." "Okay, I guess." He stepped over to Charlie. "Not in the face," Charlie said. "A black eye isn't going to convince anybody I'm sick." So Alvin drove his fist somewhere in the vicinity of Charlie's ribs. His bruised ribs. Jagged sparks danced across Charlie's vision as he doubled over and sank to his knees. "Was that good?" Alvin asked. "Yeah," Charlie rasped. He coughed. He'd intended to tell Alvin to pull his punch, not drop him like a sack of potatoes, and to hit him in the stomach, not the ribs. He thought it might be easier to fake sick if he was actually in a little pain, but not this much. The tent flap lifted and Margot marched in, followed by an irate Miranda. "You see?" Miranda pointed at Charlie. "I told you he was sick." Margot strode over to Charlie, hands on her hips. "If you're pretending to be sick so you can go check on that kid, you better stop it right now." Charlie looked up at her, having no need to fake the pained expression on his face. "Hurts." "What hurts?" "Stomach. Think I might puke." Margot looked around the tent at the other kids. "Anybody have anything to say about this?" "Charlie just fell down," Alvin said. "I thought he was going to puke right then." "Really?" Margot appeared unimpressed by Alvin's somber nod. "Anybody else?" "Alvin's telling you the truth," Christine said. Charlie kind of moaned, then he grabbed his stomach and fell down. "I think he's really sick. Maybe he has whatever Peter has." Charlie pressed a hand to his side and concentrated on not being sick. It felt as if someone was standing on his chest and using his ribs for drums. This might not have been one of his brightest ideas. "All right," Margot said, though she still sounded unconvinced. "I'll send for a guard. But if you're faking, you're the one who's going to be in trouble." As soon as Margot was gone, Miranda crouched down beside Charlie and placed a hand on his shoulder. "What happened? You're white as a sheet." "I punched him," Alvin said. "You did what?" Miranda whirled toward him. Alvin backed up, his hands raised defensively. "He told me to." "That was stupid." She looked down at Charlie. "Very stupid." "No kidding." Charlie took a couple of slow breaths. "But it worked." "Yeah, it worked." She shook her head. "Does it really hurt?" "A little." "Good. Maybe next time you'll think twice before pulling such a stupid stunt." Charlie laughed, then winced. "I'm sure I will." Margot returned with Guard Marlborough and 2 other guards, both of whom had their weapons in hand. "On your feet, elf," Guard Marlborough said. "You want to go to the medic unit, you can walk. I'm not calling an evac because you have a tummy ache, but." Charlie stood with one arm wrapped around his stomach and followed the guards outside. The idea of walking to the medic unit did not appeal to him, but he couldn't see a way out of it. Oh, he supposed he could fake passing out, but he wasn't entirely certain that Guard Marlborough wouldn't just leave him there if he did that. So he walked. As they made their rather slow way to the medic unit, it started to rain. Softly at first, then with increasing ferocity, until all four of them were thoroughly drenched. Guard Marlborough cursed the rain, the horse, the wind, the muddy road, and, most especially, Charlie. It wasn't that far to the medic unit, but Charlie was in more pain than he had expected. Every step jarred his ribs and made him gasp, until he felt a bit like a fish with no water. Elven hadn't hit him hard enough to break anything, unless the first doctor had been wrong and his ribs were cracked instead of bruised. He hoped not. Move. Guard Marlborough placed his boot firmly on Charlie's back and gave him a push. Charlie stumbled forward, his sneakers sticking in the mess the rain was making of the dirt road. One sneaker stuck fast and, because the shove had put him off balance, he went down. Charlie pushed himself up to his knees, coughing and spitting out mud, the rain beating heavily against the back of his head. He was trying to get up when Guard Marlborough grabbed the metal collar around his neck and yanked him to his feet. "I'm not going to spend much longer out in this for a sorry piece of trash like you," Guard Marlborough said. "So you better get your ass moving, or instead of a trip to the medic unit, you'll need a body bag." He released Charlie with a shove and climbed back into the saddle. Charlie moved out ahead of the horse, trying to go as fast as he could over the slippery mud. A dull red pulse throbbed behind his eyes. What he really wanted to do was turn around, drag Guard Marlborough off his horse, and, no. He pushed those thoughts away. They were dangerous and not his. They belonged to that sleeping anger. Only it wasn't sleeping as much as it used to. When they reached the medic unit, Charlie waited for the guard on the platform to open the gate, then moved into the compound quickly. He wanted to be safely inside the brick building before Guard Marlborough dismounted. Whether for his safety or for the guards, he wasn't sure. Once inside, Charlie crawled into the first available cot he saw. At the moment, he didn't care if he ever got up again. Guard Marlborough came inside as Charlie was settling into the cot. His expression was dark. Charlie warily watched the guards approach. The throbbing in his head was gone, the anger safely coiled in its dark place, and he had no wish to see it stirred up again. Surely the guard couldn't do anything to him in here, with all these doctors around. Dr. Simon came across the room, reaching Charlie's cot at the same time as Guard Marlborough. "What's wrong with him?" Dr. Simon asked. He complained of stomach pains. Guard Marlborough glowered down at Charlie. "I say he's faking it to try and get out of working tomorrow. And if he is, he'll be sorry." Charlie, looking up at the man, believed that he would be. The only thing standing between him and the guard was whether or not he could convince Dr. Simon that he was sick. "I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't." Dr. Simon sat on the cot beside Charlie. "Considering what you feed these people. Now, Charlie, isn't it?" Charlie nodded. "I thought so, though I could hardly tell through all this muck." Dr. Simon gave Guard Marlborough a reproachful look. "Did you make him walk here in this rain?" A muscle in the guard's jaw jumped. "As I said, sir, I think he's faking it. Next time someone says they're sick, send for an evac. I don't care if you think they're faking it. Understood?" If looks could kill, Dr. Simon would have dropped dead on the spot. "Yes, sir." "Good. You are dismissed." Dr. Simon turned back to Charlie and missed seeing Guard Marlborough's lip curl into a silent snarl. The guard turned and stomped out of the medic unit. "Now, Charlie," Dr. Simon smiled pleasantly, "should I bother with an examination, or do you want to go ahead and ask me about your friend?" "You saw Peter?" Dr. Simon nodded. "I attended him personally." "Where is he? Can I see him?" Charlie sat up, then gasped and clutched at his ribs. He lay back down again. "Are you hurt? Did the guard get rough with you?" "No," Charlie said. "I asked a friend to punch me so I could fake sick easier, only he wasn't supposed to punch me in the ribs. I don't need an examination, but if you have some pain pills." Charlie let his voice trail off, looking hopefully up at the doctor. "Sure." Dr. Simon went to one of the glass-fronted cabinets and withdrew a bottle of pills, then went to get a glass of water. When he returned, he sat on the cot and handed Charlie the glass. "Hold out your hand." When Charlie did so, Dr. Simon shook two small, white pills out of the bottle. "Swallow them both." Charlie tossed both pills into his mouth and swallowed them with a gulp of water. "Thanks." "You're welcome." Dr. Simon took the glass and set it aside. "Now, about your friend. I'm afraid he has diranium poisoning. Is that bad?" "Yes, it is." "Oh, don't worry, he's alive. In fact, he's coming along very well. He should be able to return to work soon enough. Until the next time." Next time. Prolonged exposure to diranium ash is lethal, though the length of time it takes to kill depends upon the person. Peter became sick very quickly, and that doesn't bode well for him. Charlie stared at the doctor. "Are you saying he's going to die?" "I'm saying that anyone exposed to diranium ash for a long period of time is going to die. Peter is a rare case. I've only seen someone react this fast once before. It usually takes much longer for someone to get sick the first time. After that, if you don't get away from the diranium, you keep getting sick. Eventually, you get weak, so weak you can't even feed yourself, much less pick up a shovel and dig. And when you can't work anymore, well, let's just say that the medicine needed to keep you alive isn't cheap, and they don't waste it." Dr. Simon sighed. "But I shouldn't be talking to you about this. You're a kid. So why are you?" "I don't know." He ran a hand across his eyes. "I'm tired, I suppose. I became a doctor to help people, to make their lives better. Now all I seem to do is make them well enough to work a little longer before they die." He laid a hand on Charlie's arm. "You should rest. Try not to think about things you can't do anything about." That was a fine thing for Dr. Simon to say, after telling Charlie so much. After the doctor was gone, he lay staring up at the ceiling a long time, doing nothing but thinking. Gradually, drowsiness began to steal over him as the pills took effect. The last thing he thought of, before he drifted off to sleep, was a bubbling brook with the trees dipping their leaves in the water. Chapter 11. Charlie stared into the cave, shivering as chill air caressed his skin. The trees in the valley swayed to and fro, making the shadows dance. In his hand was a silver disc, all covered over with strange markings, in the center of which was a small, white magestone. He stared down at this disc with no idea what it was or how it came to be in his hand. But it was waiting, and he had no time to ponder the situation. He stepped inside the pitch-dark cave and moved forward cautiously, one hand held out in front of him. The magestone began to glow with a sharp, white light. Dripping stalactites caught the glow and amplified it until Charlie could see that he stood at the end of a long hall. The air was damp and filled with a faintly musty scent that Charlie couldn't place. Somewhere, at the end of the long hall, it slumbered, calling out to Charlie with dreams. Waiting for such a long time for him to come here. To come home. Charlie blinked against a pale white light. For a heartbeat he felt a slight rush of confused panic. Then he remembered where he was. The medic unit, serene in its pale light and the gentle shush of cool air from the vents. He turned his head, looking for Dr. Simon, and instead received a nasty surprise. "Hey there, Charlie boy. Miss me? What are you doing here?" Charlie asked. Thomas was perched on the edge of the cot next to Charlie's. Dark, splotchy patches under his eyes stood out in stark relief against his pallid skin. Gone was that cocky, mocking smirk Charlie was accustomed to, replaced by a tight white compression of the lips. I'm sick, stupid. Or couldn't you tell? He put a hand to his mouth and coughed, a dry hacking sound. I guess you get a kick out of seeing me like this. Charlie thought of all the things Thomas had put him through, of all the times he'd wished all the pain and misery in the world down on the older boy's head. Somehow, seeing him like this didn't give Charlie the kind of satisfaction he would have expected it to. What's wrong with you? Charlie asked, wondering if this was what diranium poisoning looked like. Thomas glanced over his shoulder, toward a door at the far end of the room, then leaned toward Charlie, pitching his voice lower. They gave us these drugs in the special unit. The doctors or scientists or whatever they are, said the drugs would enhance our mental abilities. I guess I had a bad reaction, 'cause one minute they were giving me this shot and the next I woke up in a hospital bed. The thing is, he smiled an odd kind of smile, the drugs work. See, I was locked up in this room back the other side of that door. They had a guard on me and everything. I could hear him, in my head. Thomas tapped his temple. I've always been able to transmit stuff to other people and sometimes I can pick up what they send me, but I never read anybody's mind like I read that guard's and I wasn't even trying. It was weird. It was like, I don't know. There was a feverish, gleeful glint in Thomas's eyes that made Charlie nervous. Thomas licked his lips. I made that guard unlock my door. I made him go away and forget all about me. But it hurt and I don't feel too good now. He sat back, pressing a hand to lips as another cough shook him. You don't look too good, Charlie said. He wasn't sure whether Thomas was telling the truth, or if the older boy was having some kind of fever-induced hallucination. The idea of Thomas having the ability to control people through their minds was not one that Charlie wanted to contemplate. You look a little pale there, Charlie boy. Thomas laughed, but it was cut off by a hacking cough. This was not brief as the ones before, it was long and sharp and Thomas doubled over with it. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his skin flushed red. He coughed and gasped until he seemed on the verge of passing out. When the fit passed, Thomas slumped in the chair. Don't worry. I can't get in your head. It's too full. He pressed a trembling hand to his forehead. Charlie didn't know what that meant, and he didn't really care. Maybe you better go back to your room and lay down. Thomas lowered his hand. His gaze went to the collar around Charlie's neck. Does he know? Charlie frowned. Does who know what? Grant. Does he know you're an elf? I'm not an elf. And yes, Grant knows. Why do you care? A muscle in Thomas's jaw twitched. He knew you were an elf and he still chose you over me. I don't get it. What makes you so special? I have no idea what you're talking about, Charlie said. With Thomas looking the way he did, Charlie felt a little braver and a little less frightened than he normally did whenever Thomas directed attention his way. Nothing, Thomas muttered. Whatever. Never mind. Charlie thought he might press his luck a little, maybe find out what this thing between Grant and Thomas was. But before he could open his mouth, the sudden wail of an alarm filled the room. The medic unit became a sudden rush of activity as doctors began drawing patients out of their beds. A petite doctor with owlish eyes came over to Charlie and Thomas. I need both of you to get down on the floor, flat on your stomachs, and put your hands over the back of your head like this. She demonstrated by putting one hand over the other on the back of her head. And do not get up until the alarm has stopped. Charlie and Thomas exchanged an uncertain look. All around them, patients and doctors alike were doing exactly what the doctor had instructed them to do. So the boys followed suit. What do you think is going on? Charlie asked. How should I know? Thomas coughed shallowly. Maybe somebody escaped. There was a familiar wrenching, twisting sensation and the room spun. Charlie's stomach dropped. He squeezed his eyes shut. Margot had called this place a mobile prison camp, and now Charlie understood what that meant. The alarm stopped, leaving behind a ringing echo in Charlie's ears. He turned his head toward Thomas and saw a puddle of blood spread out beneath his face. Charlie jumped up with a startled cry, upending the cot where Thomas had been sitting moments before. The doctor with the owlish eyes began calling for Dr. Simon, who came to them at a run. He dropped to one knee beside Thomas and rolled him over on his back. This boy should not be out of his room. He pressed 2 fingers to Thomas's throat, then looked up at the female doctor. A vial of strepsine, quickly. Charlie stepped back. Dr. Simon's earlier words rushed through his mind. People with mental abilities needed to travel through specially calibrated transports. Thomas must have been in a room designed so that people like him could travel safely when the camp moved. He turned and bolted toward the door, thinking of nothing but Miranda lying in a pool of blood and nobody knowing what was wrong with her or how to help. So absorbed was he in this thought, he saw nothing else. Not even the butt of Guard Marlborough's rifle as it slammed into his shoulder. Charlie went down hard, the iron collar biting into his neck as his head hit the floor. Stars burst across his vision. Guard Marlborough's booted foot came down on Charlie's chest hard enough for him to be very aware that it was there. "Where do you think you're going, elf?" "And nowhere," Charlie said. I panicked. "That's all. I'm sorry. You'll be a lot sorrier by the time I'm through with you." Guard Marlborough stepped back, leaned over, grabbed the length of chain between the collar and the cuff, and jerked Charlie to his feet. "I'll show you what." The crackle of his calm interrupted Guard Marlborough mid-threat. Scowling, his touched his finger to the side of the calm. "Guard Marlborough here. You're wanted in the main compound. Now. I'll be right there." He gave Charlie a dark look, then released him. "We'll finish this later." He turned on his heel and stalked out the door. Charlie staggered back, pressing a hand to his throbbing shoulder. He was glad enough to be rid of the guard, only now he had no way of getting back to Sector F and Miranda. This puzzle was solved a few moments later, when Guard Lafayette strode into the medic unit. The tall guard stood in the doorway, scanning the room with her eyes. The frown on her face suggested that she did not see what she was looking for. Charlie edged closer, trying to attract her attention without actually doing anything. Guard Lafayette's gaze settled on him. "You, come here." Charlie was quick to comply. He opened his mouth, intent on asking her if she'd come from Sector F and was Miranda all right, then thought better of it. "Have you seen Dr. Simon around?" she asked. "He was here a minute ago." Charlie looked back toward the cot he'd been lying on, but both Thomas and Dr. Simon were already gone. "I think he had an emergency." Guard Lafayette swore under her breath, then touched her calm. Guard Lafayette seeking a status report on the situation in Sector F. "The girl is conscious, but still in need of a doctor." Charlie listened breathlessly to the response, certain they were talking about Miranda. He wanted to speak, but didn't dare. The last thing he needed was for the guard to be angry at him, so he waited, hoping she could tell by the look on his face that he had something to say. Guard Lafayette looked around the room again, then back at Charlie. "What?" "Strepsine. That's what she needs." Guard Lafayette studied his face. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Guard Lafayette strode away from him, toward the same owl-eyed doctor who'd spoken to Thomas and Charlie before. "I need something called strepsine and somebody to administer it." The doctor blinked. I can't do that. Only Dr. Simon can authorize." "I don't have any interest in your chain of command," Guard Lafayette snapped. "My only interest is in keeping my prisoners alive and in working order. So get me some strepsine and get it now." The doctor must have decided she was more afraid of the guard than whatever trouble she might get into with Dr. Simon, because she scurried over to the nearest cabinet and returned quickly with a loaded syringe. "Let's go then." Guard Lafayette and the nurse hurried out the door. Charlie fell in behind them, hoping he wouldn't get into trouble for returning to his own sector. Outside, people moved across the compound in a hurried but well-organized manner. The sky was a clear cerulean blue above the tall mountains of grayish stone that now towered over the camp. A few ravens circled overhead, their blue-black feathers shining in the sunlight. One let out a loud caw and swooped low over the brick buildings before drifting up into the sky again. The ground was rocky and pitted, and Guard Lafayette's horse picked its way toward Sector F with high steps. There were 3 armed guards standing watch outside the open gate, and 2 inside the sector itself. Charlie knew that he should stay back behind the horse, let the guard and the doctor go on before him, but once he saw Miranda, what he knew no longer mattered. He ran past the horse, past a startled guard, and dropped to the ground beside her. Miranda turned her head in his direction, her beautiful green eyes almost blotted out with purple, and smiled. "Hi, Charlie." Charlie's lips trembled, the knot in his throat too tight to allow words to pass. He reached out, intending to take hold of Miranda's hand, but a rough jerk on the back of his collar stopped him. "Stand over there." Guard Lafayette pushed him toward where the others stood in a group in front of the tents. Charlie stumbled a few steps in that direction, then stopped, silently refusing to move any further away from Miranda. The doctor knelt beside Miranda and injected her with the strepsine. She winced as the needle went in, her gaze never leaving Charlie. He gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Once the doctor was finished and had moved back, Guard Lafayette stepped into her place. She leaned over and looked Miranda straight in her purple-tinted eyes. "What kind of mental ability are you hiding?" Miranda stared silently back at her. "Keeping quiet won't help you now, girl. The proof is in your eyes for us all to see." "So what is it?" Miranda said nothing. "Have it your way," Guard Lafayette said, looking back toward the gate. "They'll have it figured out soon enough." An enclosed wagon was coming through the gate, drawn by a big black horse. 2 soldiers climbed down and approached Guard Lafayette. "You have someone here who should be with the special unit?" "This one." Guard Lafayette nodded at Miranda. "All right, girl, on your feet, dot." Miranda climbed unsteadily to her feet. She was pale and there was a smear of blood across her nose, but she faced the soldiers with her head held up and her back straight. She glanced at Charlie as she walked between the 2 soldiers and her eyes clearly warned him to do nothing. But there really wasn't anything Charlie could do about it. Panic rushed through him at the thought of losing another friend and the black cloud came down. Once again, he was a passenger inside his own body as the anger took hold. Charlie shoved Guard Lafayette, knocking the woman off balance, then moved around her toward the soldiers, who immediately brought up their rifles. "No, Charlie, don't," Miranda cried, but her voice seemed to come from far away and, though he could hear the words, Charlie was powerless to heed them. Guard Lafayette swung the flat end of her rifle across the back of his knees. He felt the pain and staggered from the blow, but did not fall. He had no thoughts as to what he might do once he reached the soldiers, but the anger demanded he keep going. Charlie saw one of the soldiers cock his rifle, without really knowing what he was seeing. Then Guard Lafayette slammed the butt of her rifle into the back of his head. The world exploded in sparks of red. The anger turned toward her, but already it was slipping back into that dark place. Charlie took a few more steps, then dropped to his knees. The black cloud blew away and there was only Charlie, watching helplessly as Miranda was loaded into the wagon. "Don't move," Guard Lafayette said, pressing the muzzle of her gun to the back of Charlie's head. But Charlie had no intention of moving. He stared after the wagon as it rolled through the gate, thinking to himself that he'd done a poor job of taking care of the people who were supposed to be his friends. Chapter 12. After spending 2 hours locked in a tiny, windowless cell, with nothing to think about but what his punishment might be for laying his hands on a guard, Charlie was escorted by guards Marlborough and Lafayette to a wide-open space behind the 3-story metal building that loomed over the main compound. The space was occupied by nothing but 2 poles with chains attached and a boxy camera on a tripod. In front of this tripod stood Master Wyman, watching their approach without expression. As the guards brought Charlie to a stop between the two poles, Master Wyman turned toward the camera. "Attention all prisoners." His voice echoed from somewhere on the other side of the tall building. "In this camp, there are rules that must be abided by, both stated and implied. When such rules are broken, there must be punishment. One of the worst infractions you can commit while in this camp is violence against your guards or the soldiers. Such a crime will be met with harsh punishment." He turned toward Charlie. "Remove your shirt." Charlie swallowed against a sudden dryness in his throat. He took off his shirt, feeling a shiver despite the heat. "Lift your hands over your head." Charlie complied because there was nothing else he could do. Master Wyman clamped the iron cuffs at the ends of the chains to his wrists, then stepped around behind him, leaving Charlie to stare into the unblinking eye of the camera. "3 lashes and no more," Master Wyman said. Charlie didn't have to see to know Master Wyman was handing Guard Marlborough a whip. He tensed in anticipation of what was to come. Mr. Whinstone had sometimes used a whip on the boys at the home, though never on Charlie. His whip was a small leather grip with several strips of leather dangling from it. A few swats on the rear and the backs of the legs, and you couldn't sit the rest of the day. Sweat slid down Charlie's bare chest. He tried to tell himself that this would be no worse, but a stubborn part of his mind insisted on reminding him that this was not the home. This was a prison camp, and a few swats on the rear hardly seemed a punishment worth being used as an example to keep the prisoners in line. The first lash sang through the air with a sharp whistle and hit Charlie on the back like a thunderclap. He gasped at the swift, sharp pain that knifed across his shoulder blades. The second lash sounded more like a falling bomb and rocked Charlie forward against his chains. Sparks danced before his eyes, his stomach and kidneys cramped all at once as bile rose up in the back of his throat. Charlie didn't hear the third lash over the race of his pulse in his ears, but he felt it. A scream tore out of him as his bowels released and he collapsed, the chains holding him up where his legs no longer would. Charlie would have welcomed oblivion then, but it refused to come. He was all too aware of his arms being unchained, of falling forward like dead weight without the strength to even make an attempt at catching himself. Hands grabbed Charlie's arms, pulling him up. He could find no way to put his feet under himself, and so they dragged as he was pulled along between the two guards toward the tall building. There was a metallic ping, and a panel in the wall opened to reveal an elevator. The guards dragged Charlie inside and the door shushed shut. Green lights lit up 2 long rows of buttons on a panel on the wall. Guard Marlborough pushed one of these buttons and the elevator hummed. Charlie had the sensation of sinking, then the doors opened again, this time on darkness. "Welcome to the pit," Guard Marlborough said with a chuckle. "I guarantee you won't enjoy your stay." Chapter 13. Darkness. Pain. These were the entirety of Charlie's world inside the pit. He lay face down on a cold floor, lacking both the energy and the desire to rise and explore his surroundings. The only sounds were the beating of his own heart and the shallow rush of his breath. Charlie drifted in and out consciousness. Strange images flitted across his thoughts, images of elves, of the valley with the brook and the cave, of Miranda. Dreams they were, though Miranda seemed so real and true, speaking to him from a long way off. Darkness enveloped Charlie, inside and out, and he slept heavily. And as he slept, he drifted deeper into the dreams, deeper than ever he had before, and there he dreamed of war. Not the long war between Kiloreen and Angland, not even the First War, but a war much older, a war where winged things flew and blood fell from the sky like rain. When Charlie woke, he remembered none of this, though a vague sense of it lingered. Pale light lit the darkness before his eyes. He blinked, squinted, for within this halo of light, a small figure hovered. "Spree?" The word came out sounding ragged and harsh, and it burned his parched throat. With a squeal, Spree clapped her hands together. "I find you, Charlie." She fluttered up closer to his face and placed a hand on his cheek. "You not look too good." "I don't feel too good." "You get up now," she said, moving back. "We go." Go! Charlie put his hands on the floor and pushed himself up to his knees. Pain lanced across his back and through his head, his body felt stiff and sore and cold. Wait. What are you doing here? He licked his dry lips. Why aren't you with Grant? Grant send me find you. He no want go King City with Soldier Man, so we run. We travel long way. It take me time, but I find you, Charlie, like I say. She smiled. You sure did. Charlie sat back on his heels. And I've never been happier to see anyone in my life. But where's Grant? He may camp, some long way from here. You go far, Charlie. I not find you easy. Charlie rose to his feet, swaying unsteadily. You did a good job, Spree. I not like this place. Is bad, I think. She hovered closer to him. We go see Grant now? Yeah, let's do that. Spree's wings shimmered blue as she moved away from Charlie. The pit was not large and it only took the sprite a moment to find a wall where she could open a corridor. Charlie followed her into the world of non-light with more confidence than he had back at the school. They walked a ways, then Spree stopped and Charlie found himself looking out into a black sky sprinkled with stars. The sight gave him an odd feeling in the pit of his stomach. You need climb out, Spree said. Is no wall here. Charlie stepped past her, not sure exactly what she meant. He leaned forward to look out of the opening and found himself at ground level, with a fire burning not far from him. He reached out, put his hands on the ground, and pulled himself out of the corridor. Spree fluttered up after him and then sank to the ground. The light from her wings faded. Charlie bent over and picked her up, then started around the campfire. Grant met him halfway. Charlie, I'm so glad to see you. It took Spree so long to find you I was worried his voice trailed off as he got a good look at Charlie. Are you all right? I've had a bad week, Charlie said. Come over here and sit down. Grant led him around the fire to where a bedroll was laid out. Charlie Saturday. There was no part of him that didn't hurt and he supposed, judging by the expression on Grant's face, that he looked no better than he felt. Do you have some water? Sure. Grant dug through his pack and came back with a canteen. Are you sick? He handed the canteen to Charlie. You don't look right. Charlie took several gulps of the lukewarm water before answering. Not sick, exactly. I just forgot to keep my head down. Charlie turned so Grant could see his back. Grant swore. They whipped you? For what? It doesn't matter. Do you have any food? I can't remember the last time I ate. Grant reached in his pack again and pulled out several strips of dried beef and an apple. He sat watching Charlie eat, a dark expression on his face. I knew it would be bad at the camp, but I didn't know it would be this bad. Don't they feed you? Charlie bit into the apple, enjoying the feel of the sour-sweet juice as it slid down his throat. They put me in this place called the pit. I don't know how long I was there, but they didn't give me any food or water. But I don't want to talk about that. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Why aren't you on your way to the castle? I'm still going to King City, but on my own. I got the feeling from the commander that my father's interest in having me at the castle wasn't entirely for my benefit. What does that mean? Charlie took a bite of the dried beef. I don't think I was under arrest, exactly, but I guess I've been a little too vocal in my protest against a war with Ferngale. I think I made my father nervous. His plans are coming together quickly now, so I guess he wants me where he can keep an eye on me. Or at least where he can have someone else do it. But you're going to King's City anyway? Grant nodded. There's a man there, his name is Pierce and he sits on the King's Board of Advisors. He's been I guess my teacher, you could say. He's really the one I go to King City every year to see. My father doesn't have much interest in me. He'd have preferred his heir to be born of Queen Alice. Pierce feels as I do, about Ferngale and the camps and the elves, and everything. If it wasn't for him, I guess I'd have been duped like the rest of the country, just believing the lies they feed us. Pierce is a smart man and close enough to throne to know all my father's secrets. Grant looked away from Charlie and into the fire. How are the rest of the kids doing? Better than me, I guess, Charlie said. But then, they don't have my knack for getting into trouble. He watched Grant staring at the flames and wondered what was going through his mind. What are you going to do when you get to King City? Have you seen Thomas? Grant asked. The last time I saw him, he was lying in a puddle of blood on the floor. Answer my question. Grant turned toward him. What do you mean a puddle of blood? He was hurt? His face grew pale. He's not dead, is he? I don't know and I don't care. I don't want to talk about Thomas. I want to know what you're going to do when you get to King City. Grant stared at him silently a long moment, the fire making odd castings of shadow and light across his face. Do you know what you're mining in that camp? Diranium. But I don't see what that has to do with. Do you know what diranium is for? Charlie frowned. No. But I guess not something good. Peter got sick and there's this doctor, Dr. Simon, he told me diranium ash is lethal. Does the king know he's killing us? He knows, but he doesn't care. All he cares about is getting that diranium. He needs it to make war on Ferngale. I don't get it. Diranium is for making bombs, Charlie, powerful bombs. My father intends to drop those bombs on Ferngale and wipe the Fayde out before they even know what's hit them. Grant's voice grew bitter. He calls it war, but that's not what it is. It's genocide. It won't be like with the elves. When my father is done, there won't be any Fayde left alive. But why? What did they do to us? Nothing, that's my point. It's like Pierce said, the Fayde aren't our enemy, King Richard is our enemy. He won't stop with Ferngale, he'll just keep on until somebody stops him. And somebody will. Pierce says that once other countries see what my father is up to, they'll come against us. They'll wipe us out because of him. My father, he spoke the word like a curse, hides it well, but he's not right in the head. He wants to get rid of all the non-humans in the entire world. The entire world, Charlie. He thinks he can take on the entire world with his bombs and come out the victor. The man is deranged. Grant rose to his feet and paced restlessly before the fire. Pierce says I'm the only one who can stop him now, before it's too late. I have to remove my father from the throne and take his place as King of Angland. Charlie put the rest of the food aside. He'd lost his appetite. You don't think he's going to hand the crown over to you willingly? No. There's going to be a fight. There has to be. I hope it doesn't come down to an all-out war, but I'm prepared for that. Pierce has friends who feel like we do, they'll back me up with an army if I need it. Grant stopped his pacing and looked down at Charlie. I can't take you to the castle with me, but I can put you somewhere safe until all this is over. You'll have to be careful though, and not get in trouble, any trouble. I don't want anybody looking at your record and seeing the word elf blood, not there, not that close to my father. What about the camp? Charlie asked. What about it? Peter and the other kids. They can't stay there. They'll get sick, they'll die, and Miranda. They took her to the special unit, where Thomas is, and I don't think she's safe there. Special unit? Pierce told me something about that too, Grant said. In case the bombs aren't enough, my father is trying to round up people with mental abilities so he can make super soldiers out of them. The drugs, he frowned. No, surely they wouldn't. Where did you last see Thomas? The medic unit. Charlie explained to Grant about how he'd gone looking for Peter and what had happened when the camp moved. Grant's gaze drifted to the west, where a range of mountains rose up against the horizon. I can't believe my father would let them give him those drugs. They're dangerous. Charlie stood, scooping the sleeping sprite up from his lap as he did so. Now, what are you talking about? Grant turned to look at him. Oh. Nothing, never mind. It doesn't matter. More secrets? Grant gave him a half smile. Only the same old ones. He glanced at the mountains again. Okay, we'll get the kids out first, then we'll go to King City. The only problem is how. Spree can't possibly bring them all out through the corridor. It's too much of a strain. We'll have to get them the hard way. Charlie looked down at the sprite, then at the mountains. He was getting another one of his bad ideas. I know someone in the camp, an elf. I think she'll help. But I'll have to go back. No, Grant shook his head. It's too dangerous. It's the only way. Spree can take me back and then rest up a little before she comes to get you. That will give me time to talk to Lily and figure things out. I don't like it either, but it's the best way. You aren't doing so good in that camp. Are you sure it's worth the risk? Charlie thought of Miranda's hand on his, of Peter looking up at him with those trusting eyes. It's worth it. Chapter 14. After Spree returned Charlie to the pit, he let her sleep while he paced. There were a lot of things he had to think about, not the least of which was how he was going to pull off a prison break. He didn't know why he was so sure that Lily was going to help, but if he was wrong, this whole thing could fall down around his head before it even had a chance to start. The hum of the elevator broke through his thoughts. He looked around and didn't see Spree anywhere. Good, she was still asleep. He'd already told her to stay in the pit until she was rested and then go back to Grant. There was a ping and the elevator door slid open. Enjoy your stay in the pit, elf blood? Charlie sensed this was not a question he was supposed to answer, so he kept his mouth shut as he stepped inside. Guard Marlborough eyed him with narrow eyes, and Charlie supposed the man was wondering how he was still on his feet. Well, let him keep on wondering. The soft light of the elevator helped Charlie's eyes adjust before the doors opened and he preceded Guard Marlborough out into the bright sunlight. There was a topless wagon awaiting them, and Guard Lafayette was sitting on the high seat with the reins in her hands. In the back, elf. Guard Marlborough prodded Charlie none too gently with his gun. Charlie, who was so sore and stiff he could barely move, somehow managed to climb up in the back of the wagon. He was eager to get back to his sector, eager to get this thing over with. Instead, Guard Lafayette directed the wagon west of the main compound. Beyond a flat space of open ground, there was a high brick wall with a gate. Charlie stared at the wall as they approached, wondering what lay on the other side and why the guards should be taking him there. After they passed through the gate, they turned right down a dirt road between rows of houses. Single-level, brick homes, with well-tended yards, were the last things Charlie had expected to see. And then he saw the elves. There were about a dozen, all female, going about one task or another. The women averted their eyes from the guards, but didn't seem to mind staring at Charlie, who in turn could not help but stare right back. It gave him an odd feeling, seeing these elves, almost like a waking version of those barely remembered dreams. Guard Lafayette brought the wagon to a stop in front of one of the houses. Guard Marlborough climbed down from the wagon seat and came around the back. All right, elf blood, get out. Charlie slid out of the wagon, keeping his eyes on the ground. He couldn't imagine what was going on, but the entire situation made his stomach twist. When Guard Marlborough rang the bell, Master Wyman answered the door. The elf blood, sir, Guard Marlborough said, as you requested. Very good. You can wait in the wagon until I'm finished with him. Yes, sir. Master Wyman stepped back from the door, allowing Charlie to pass into the cool interior. They were standing in a spacious, brightly lit living room, decorated with fine leather furniture, pictures depicting seascapes, and vases filled with colorful flowers. "Come along this way," Master Wyman said. Charlie fell into step beside Master Wyman and was led into a wide hall paneled in dark wood. "There's no need to be concerned," Master Wyman said, "you aren't in any trouble. It seems my Lily has taken an interest in you and, as I'm inclined to indulge her perhaps too much, I agreed to having you brought here to see her, as irregular as that is." While Charlie was relieved that he didn't have to figure out a way to see Lily, he also had to wonder what the elf girl wanted with him. Master Wyman stopped at a door toward the end of the hall. He knocked and Lily answered. She smiled when she saw Charlie. "Come in." Charlie stepped uncertainly into the small bedroom. "You don't have long," Master Wyman said. "Yes, I know. Thank you." She closed the door, then turned to Charlie, who now had his back to her. "Oh, look at your back. Here, sit down." She pulled the chair away from the desk. "Let me see if I can do anything about that." Charlie sat backwards on the chair, resting his arms on the back of the seat. "What am I doing here? I told you I wanted to talk to you." Lily laid her soft hands on his shoulder and a sudden chill rushed through Charlie. The sleeping anger stirred. "What are you doing?" Charlie looked over his shoulder. "I'm using my magic to heal you." "You're doing what?" Charlie tried to look at his back, but couldn't manage it. "You have magic?" Lily laughed. "Of course I do. All elves have magic." She lifted her hands and stepped back. "There, doesn't that feel better?" "Yeah, it does." Charlie looked at her. "That's amazing." Lily shrugged. "I was born with it." She came around the front of the chair and sat down on the bed. "What about you? What kind of magic do you have?" "I don't have any magic. I'm a human." "Maybe you don't know you have magic, but you do. I can sense it responding to mine. Don't you feel it?" "No," Charlie said, shifting his gaze to the side. "No, I don't have any magic." "Really? Nothing strange has ever happened to you, nothing out of the ordinary?" "No." Lily gave him a thoughtful look. "It could be that your human blood represses it, but I know it's there. You may start to feel it too, now that we've met." Charlie did his best not to appear too eager when he asked her what she meant by that. "It's another kind of elven magic," she said. "We call it the blood bond. It happens when two elves of the same blood are near each other. Because we're kin, our magic is also kin, and so when we interact, our magic is made stronger." So that was why his sleeping anger was so much more active since coming to camp. Charlie had always known there was something strange inside that dark place, but he'd never guessed it might be magic. "So, you're telling me we're related?" Lily nodded. "How far removed from you is your last pure-blooded elven relative?" Charlie frowned. "I'm not sure, but I know she came from Kiloreen after the Long War. She was a slave until my ancestor married her." "We're far removed then," Lily said. "I'm surprised the blood bond still works with so much human blood in you. Your magic must be strong, even if it is buried." All this talk of magic and elves made Charlie distinctly uncomfortable and did not get him any closer to what he really needed to talk to Lily about. "Is that why you brought me here, to tell me all this?" "Yes, and no." Lily stood and walked over to her dresser. "When you came into the main compound, I felt you there. I knew an elf of my blood was near, and so I came out to see. Imagine my surprise when I saw you." She opened the top drawer of the dresser and began to rummage around inside. "You are the only elf blood I've ever met that could pass for human," Lily said. "Your parent, who was also an elf blood, could they pass so easily?" Charlie looked at his hands. "I don't remember my mother very well. She died when I was 3. But I think she used to wear a scarf over her head to cover her ears, and she could pass for human that way." Lily took something small out of the drawer and came back to sit on the bed again. She kept the object clasped in her hand as she spoke. When I was 9, the man who owned my family sold me to Master Wyman. Before I had to leave, my mother gave me something precious, something that's been in my family for centuries. She opened her hand to reveal a small, silver disc all covered over with strange markings. In the center was a white magestone. Charlie stared at the disc, a filmy memory of a dream floating up in his mind. I've seen that before, I think. In a dream? Charlie met her gaze. How did you know? What do you dream about, Charlie? Do you dream about elves? Do you dream about a cave in a small valley and a brook with water running over stones? Charlie stared into her eyes. How do you know that? It's a story my mother told me, Lily said, an ancient elven legend. A legend as old as this disc. Once there was a great magic belonging to the elves. This magic dwelled within the silver catacombs and would come to the aid of the elves in a time of need. Some of it was even gifted to those who were chosen to be warriors, for the magic could not protect the elves by itself. Then something happened. My mother said nobody can say for sure what it was exactly, but there was a terrible war and all those gifted with the warrior magic were slain. Somehow the source of the magic was sealed up inside the catacombs and the location of the valley was lost to all. They were left with only this. Lily held the disc up. My mother told me it was the map to the catacombs and the key to unleashing the magic. But only the warriors knew how to use it and they were all dead. It was our ancestor who gave this key to his young son as he lay dying. When Angland started the Long War, the elves looked for the lost magic, thinking it would assure us a victory, but they couldn't find it. So it's been passed down from generation to generation, for the elves believe that someday, somehow, the magic will find someone who can free it. Lily held the disc out to him. Charlie laughed. You're joking, right? You think it's me? I'm not even an elf. So take it in your hand then. If you're right, nothing will happen. But if you're wrong, she shrugged. Charlie stared at the disc. He didn't want to touch it, and yet he found himself reaching out anyway. He took the disc from Lily's hand. The silver markings began to glow and suddenly Charlie was standing in that place of his dreams. The trees, the gray rock, the brook, the waterfall, the cave, all were there laid out before him. He dropped the disc with a gasp and was once more sitting in the little room, facing a highly excited Lily. Did you see it? Did you see the valley? No, Charlie stood, knocking the chair over in his haste to retreat. No. I didn't see anything. Lily bent and retrieved the disc from where he had dropped it. You can deny it all you want. It doesn't matter. You've had the dreams sent by the magic. The disc speaks to you. You must take it. She approached him. Charlie backed up until he was against the door. I don't want it. You have to take it. Why can't you do it, if we're kin? Lily shook her head. Maybe I could. I don't know. I don't think so. But even if I could, they don't allow elves to cross the border into Kiloreen. I can't go. But you can, Dot. Charlie shook his head. You're looking at the wrong person. I don't have any magic. I don't have any dreams. I'm nobody. She took hold of his hand and pressed the disc into it. Charlie flinched, but the earlier event did not repeat itself. See, nothing. I'm giving it to you, Lily stepped back. It's yours now. And you must swear to me, give me a blood oath that you will take that disc to Kiloreen and use it to free the hidden magic. You must do this, Charlie. You must redeem our people. But I can't, he looked down at the disc, remembered how it had lit the way in his dream. Then he looked back at Lily, saw the pleading in her eyes, and had a terrible thought. Blood oath. These words didn't mean anything to him, he wasn't an elf to be bound by such a vow. But if he could get something from her in return, something he needed, he would make it. Even knowing it wasn't a right thing to do, even knowing he had no intention of keeping it. I'll make the oath, if you'll do something for me in return. Name it, and if it can be done, I will do it. Charlie had to look back down at the disc before he could speak. Looking into her eyes filled him with too much guilt and shame. You have to help me with a prison break. Chapter 15. There was no one in Sector F when the guards deposited Charlie there. Which was just as well, for Charlie needed time to think about how he would get the other kids to listen to him. If only Miranda were there, she would have no trouble convincing them that Charlie's plan was a sound one. Not that Charlie was himself entirely convinced that it would work. He and Lily had put the plan together quickly, and really he must give her credit for most of it. It seemed like a good plan at the time, but as Charlie lay down near the back of the tent, all the ways in which it could go wrong began to spin around in his mind. Lily had seemed certain she could handle her end of it. The guards and the soldiers were used to seeing her around, running errands for Master Wyman, who was currently in charge of the camp, so she could go just about anywhere without raising suspicion. Charlie's part was simple enough, in theory. All he had to do was gather up Peter and Miranda and get them out. Peter would be easier, or so Lily said, for once things started happening she felt certain that guarding the medic unit would not be at the top of anyone's priorities. The special unit might be a little trickier, as even Lily was not allowed inside. But she thought she could get the soldiers away from the gate and at least give Charlie a chance to get inside himself. Charlie had all day to think about it, to worry about it, before his group was returned to the sector. Sundown was fast approaching before he heard the sound of voices and footsteps headed in his direction. Charlie sat up. For all the time he'd spent thinking about the plan, trying to work all the angles out in his mind, he hadn't come up with a way to convince the other kids to trust and follow him. The kids streamed in through the tent flap, but as soon as they saw Charlie, they stopped talking. They didn't sit, but stood staring at him in a way that made him distinctly uncomfortable. They hung back, near the tent flap, but when Alvin and Christine entered, they came over to where Charlie sat. How are you feeling? Christine asked, kneeling beside Charlie. Charlie gave her an uncertain look. Okay, I guess. I'm alive. Where have you been, Charlie? Alvin asked. The pit. How long was I gone? 3 days, Christine said. We were afraid Miranda might be wrong and maybe you died. Miranda? When did you see Miranda? Christine and Alvin shared a look. Didn't you get the message? Alvin asked. What message? Charlie looked from Alvin to Christine. What is he talking about? Christine smiled. Miranda sent us a vision. Or, I suppose she had the vision and then Thomas sent it to us. I don't, but there was something, a vague kind of memory dancing at the edges of Charlie's mind. Something about hearing Miranda's voice while he was down in the pit. Wait, she had a vision? Christine nodded. I knew she could feel things sometimes, get a sense of something as she used to say, but I don't think she ever had a vision before. And Thomas broadcast it to all of you? Lots of nods from the other kids. What did she see? You, Christine said. Miranda said we should listen to you and do like you say. Charlie gave Miranda a silent thanks, even though Christine's words gave him cause for concern. It must have been the drugs, the same ones they gave Thomas, that made Miranda able to see so clearly. How far did she see? I mean, did she say anything else? Like if any of us are going to get out of here alive, he thought. She didn't have much time, I guess. She just told us to follow you and then she said something kind of weird. What? She said things were about to go sideways and then something about a prince and an army. She looked up at Alvin as if wanting confirmation that she had gotten that part correct. Alvin nodded. She seemed a little, well, I mean I don't know her that well, but she seemed a little off. Yeah, Christine said. Wired, or something. I don't know. Some of what she said didn't make a lot of sense to us, but she was very clear about you leading the way out. We're ready to follow you, Charlie, all of us, Alvin said. You just tell us what to do and we'll do it. Charlie looked from face to face and saw the same expression on each one. They were afraid, uncertain, but perfectly willing to put their lives entirely in his hands. That was the kind of effect Miranda could have on people. So Charlie laid out the plan. There wasn't much the other kids had to do except follow the route Lily had planned for them and get out. Alvin, I want you to take charge of the kids and make sure they get out safe, Charlie said. It felt strange and unnatural to be giving orders that way, but Alvin took it with a smile and a nod. Charlie wondered if any of them realized how dangerous this was. They were going to have to make it all the way past the main compound to the back wall behind the officers' quarters, where Lily planned to breach the fence once the electricity was shut down. There would be men with guns running around out there, and they were not a small group. But he didn't say that, or anything else that might frighten them further. Instead, he was cheerily optimistic, despite the hollow knot of fear in his gut. He only hoped he wasn't going to get them all killed. Chapter 16. The night deepened until it was near pitch black inside the tent. Charlie could hear deep, even breathing around him as the younger kids slept. Some of the older ones were doing the same as he, lying awake in the dark, thinking. Somewhere off to his right, Alvin and Christine were lying side by side, whispering to each other. He couldn't hear the words, but he imagined they were saying much the same kinds of things he hoped to someday say to Miranda. Dark as it was inside the tent, Charlie could make out a faint rim of light around the edges of the tent flap. When that light went out, it would be time to go. Charlie had been staring at that little sliver of light so long that his vision began to blur. But he didn't dare close his eyes, not even for a moment. Everything had to be quick as it could, for once the electricity went out, the soldiers and guards on patrol would be on the alert. And when they realized that the backup generators were not going to come on, there would be chaos. Charlie had never felt so tense in all his life. He thought back to that night by Mr. Gennell's stables in his fear, and could have almost laughed. That was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. People could die tonight. People he knew, people he cared about. That his own life was as much at risk didn't seem as important. He wished Grant was with him now, or better, leading this whole thing instead of him. The light winked out. Charlie was on his feet in an instant and running. He didn't wait to see what the other kids were doing. Alvin knew what he was supposed to do, or he was supposed to go, and Charlie had to be content to leave him to handle it. Outside, the silence was so profound it made Charlie's ears ring. The full moon laid silver light over the tents, so they appeared to be rimmed in frost. Charlie wove his way through the tents, unsure whether or not he should be grateful for the moon's light. It would make it easier for him to see where he was going, but might also make it harder for him to hide if the need arose. Charlie hesitated at the gate. All was still beneath the starry sky. The guards and soldiers would be a little uneasy at the loss of electricity, but there was not yet any sound of running footsteps, no bobbing lights. They would be waiting for the backup generators, which Lily had told him had an expected delay of 3 to 5 minutes before anybody would think to go and see what the problem was. He'd had some concern about the possibility of someone fixing whatever Lily was going to do to the generators, but she'd assured him that was not likely. She wasn't going to mess with the generators themselves, but go straight for the magestone that powered them. He'd asked what she planned to do with the magestone, as he had always been told they were indestructible. Lily had just smiled and said that nothing was indestructible. Charlie jumped up, caught the top of the fence just under the barbed wire, and swung himself over. He hit the ground in a crouch, the impact jarring his bruised ribs. He'd not missed the barbed wire entirely, and had several cuts on his hand as well as a shallow slash across the lower part of his stomach. The cuts stung and bled, but he hadn't the time to see to them. He had to get to the medic unit before anybody put the guard there on alert. Lily had made no promises as to whether or not she could stop the soldiers and guards from communicating with each other. She'd never been inside the main dispatch room and didn't know how the comms worked. She said she'd do her best, for cutting off communication would help add to the confusion they so desperately needed for their plan to succeed. As it was, Charlie had to act under the assumption that communication was still up between the soldiers and guards, and that made every second that much more precious. Charlie jogged down the center of the road at an easy pace, every sense tight and tuned to the slightest change. Occasionally, he spotted a person or two standing out in front of their tents, no doubt wondering what was going on. Not yet, he thought, don't try the fences yet. He wanted a mass breakout, needed it to keep the guards and soldiers occupied, but not just yet. When Charlie reached Sector A, he stopped. There was nothing between him and the medic unit now but a wide swath of open ground. A soldier stood on the platform above the gate, leaning against the railing and smoking a cigarette. One soldier, Lily had said, only one on guard over the medic unit in the late hours of the night. They expected no trouble to come from within, and saw no reason for trouble to come to them from without. A foolish idea, Lily had said, considering the amount of drugs kept therein. Charlie watched the guard, who was staring out across the camp in the direction of the main compound. His rifle was propped up against the railing on his left-hand side, so, unless he was left-handed, it would take him a moment to bring it to bear. But Charlie had no interest in taking the guard head-on. He backed up and went around the backside of Sector A, passing between it and the sector behind it, so that he was out of sight of the soldier. So long as the man kept his attention focused straight ahead, everything would be fine. Charlie approached the wall from the side. He'd have liked to go around the back, be as far from the soldier as was possible, but Lily had told him that the back wall was flush with the camp's first outer fence and Charlie didn't have the time for that. The brick wall surrounding the medic unit was roughly made, which was good because the wall was much too tall for Charlie to jump up and grab the top. So he climbed, feeling horribly exposed as he did so. Inch by agonizing inch, Charlie made his way up the wall. Every few seconds, he would glance toward the soldier, sure the man would turn at any moment and spot him there in the moonlight. Then he would bring his rifle up and pick Charlie off the wall and it would all be over, quick as that. When Charlie reached the top, he looked back at the soldier one last time. The man hadn't moved so much as an inch. Over the top, where he received several more cuts from the barbed wire, and it was a long way to the bottom, further than Charlie had ever tried to jump before. He thought it better to climb part way down, then jump off. The transport loomed dark in the moonlight, a silent sentry on the watch. Other than that, the compound itself was empty. Charlie darted across the open space toward the brick building where the sick and injured were tended. Light played across one of the windows and Charlie froze. The door to the building opened with a slow creak that jittered across Charlie's tight nerves. His throat was cotton dry as he stared at the door, waiting to see moonlight glint off the barrel of a gun. This time there was no convenient haystack behind which to duck. "Charlie?" Dr. Simon stood in the doorway, illuminated by the pale gold light of the lantern he was holding. "What are you doing here, Dot?" Before Charlie could answer, the sound of voices came from the direction of the gate. The soldier called out to someone on the other side. It seemed as if Charlie hadn't been as stealthy as he thought. "Quick!" Dr. Simon motioned for Charlie to come toward him. "Get inside." Once Charlie was through the door, Dr. Simon closed it. He lowered the lantern to knee level, so its light wouldn't shine through the window. "Do you know what's going on?" he asked, looking at Charlie. "Prison break." Charlie looked the man straight in the eye. He realized he was taking a chance trusting this man he barely knew, but he didn't have the time for making up a story. "I've come to get Peter." Dr. Simon looked at Charlie a moment longer, then out the window. "Two guards and a young soldier are headed this way. I really should turn you over to them." The anger stirred with surprising quickness, reacting this time to the mere threat of danger. But it only stirred, and Charlie was able to still it before it could rise. "Take this." Dr. Simon thrust the lantern into Charlie's hands. "See that door there?" He pointed to the door on the far side of the room. Beyond that is a hall lined with doors. Peter's room is number 16. Go there and wait for me. Why are you helping me? The glow of the lantern lit the doctor's eyes. I've done many things I regret. I'd rather not add killing kids to the list. Now go. Charlie ran across the room and slipped into the hall as Dr. Simon opened the front door. Can I help you, Dot? Charlie didn't wait to hear the answer, but walked with quick strides down the hall, holding the lantern high so he could read the numbers on the doors. When he reached number 16, he opened the door and stepped inside. A still form lay on the bed before him. Peter? Charlie? Peter stirred, holding up a hand to shade his eyes from the light. Is that really you? It's me. Charlie pushed the door shut. I've come to get you out of here. I knew you'd come to get me. Peter threw off the covers and jumped out of the bed. He dashed over to throw his arms around Charlie's waist. I never doubted you for a minute. Charlie wrapped his free arm around the smaller boy. There's no way I'd leave you here. How are you feeling? Better. Dr. Simon took real good care of me. He even told the soldiers I was still too sick to work when they came to get me. Peter stepped back, grinning. He's real nice. Yeah, he is. The door to the hall crashed open, causing both of them to jump. I'm telling you, there's no need to check every single room, Dr. Simon said, his voice a bit louder than was actually needed. There isn't anyone here except sick people. Charlie grabbed Peter by the arm and steered him toward the bed. Hide under the bed and don't come out until I tell you. Peter nodded, his face so pale the jagged scar stood out against his skin. After Peter scrambled under the bed, Charlie put out the lamp and climbed on top, pulling the sheets up to his chin and closing his eyes. Every few minutes another door would crash open. Every time a door crashed open, Charlie's heart would jump, sure it must be the door to room number 16. And then it was. A beam of light swept over the room. You there, in the bed, sit up and let me have a look at you. Charlie kept perfectly still, trying to keep his breath deep and even as if in sleep. The boy is sick, Dr. Simon said. I don't understand what it is you're looking for, but I can assure you, you won't find it here. Shut up, a rough voice said. I don't care how many stars you wear. I don't take orders from a doctor. Footsteps approached the bed. I told you to sit up. The owner of the voice grabbed Charlie by the shoulder and jerked him up off the pillow. Wake up, Dot. A resounding slap across the side of the head and Charlie's eyes snapped open of their own accord. There is no need for violence, Dr. Simon said. He's only a... I told you to shut up, the guard growled. He was somewhere in his late 50s, his face lined and weathered, his dark hair liberally shot through with gray. Why are you here, boy? The guard shined his light into Charlie's face. It glinted off the iron collar. The man's lip lifted in a disdainful sneer. Elf blood. He gave Charlie a shake. Answer me, boy. Charlie swallowed. Throat hurts. Then he coughed directly into the man's face, hoping that would encourage him to back off. It didn't. Now you've done it, Dr. Simon said. This boy has a highly contagious lung disease, and now that you've exposed yourself to it, I'm afraid I'll have to put you in quarantine. He looked at the other two men, who were still by the door. I would advise that the two of you leave immediately, Dr. Simon said. If you come any closer, I'll have to put you in quarantine as well. The young soldier backed into the hall. The guard, who was a little older and perhaps unwilling to show cowardice in front of a superior, held fast to his position. But not without a certain fear in his eyes. The older guard glared at Charlie with narrow eyes. He doesn't look all that sick to me. Maybe we should take him outside, see if the fresh air will revive him a little. Charlie heard the threat in the man's voice and the anger leapt up. He slammed his shoulder into the guard's gut and the man doubled over with a gasp. Charlie rose up on the bed and gave the guard a shove that sent him off balance. The second guard was bringing his rifle to bear and Charlie was about to leap on him, when Dr. Simon turned and punched the guard square in the nose. The guard stumbled into the soldier as he fell and they both went down in a heap. "Run," Dr. Simon said. "I'll hold them back." Charlie jumped off the bed, calling Peter's name even before he hit the floor. The younger boy scrambled out from beneath the bed. Charlie pulled him to his feet and propelled him into the hall. They were halfway to the hall door, when the sound of a gunshot reverberated behind them. Peter slowed, turning to look back. "Don't stop," Charlie cried out. "Go, just go." As he ran through the open doorway, Charlie glanced back to see Dr. Simon lying on the floor, half in and half out of the room. The older guard was stepping over his body. Charlie rushed after Peter down the center aisle between the cots, which were nothing but barely discernible lumps in the darkness. A second shot, and Charlie felt the air part much too close to his head. A surge of anger-fueled adrenaline rushed through him, pushing him to run faster. He caught up to Peter outside as the boy reached the gate. The light was very bright, making them perfect targets for those in pursuit. As they went through the gate, Charlie suddenly realized the moonlight was not working entirely against them. Bright as some spaces were, there were also dark pools of shadow stubbornly clinging to everything in sight. These offered Peter and Charlie the kind of shelter that sunlight would never have allowed. Charlie grabbed hold of Peter and pulled him into one such shadowed place at the base of the wall. Both of them were breathing fast and much too loud. Their pursuers would be sure to hear them. Charlie clamped a hand over Peter's mouth to stifle the sound and held his own breath, though his lungs screamed in protest. The older guard and the young soldier came running out through the gate. They ran past Charlie and Peter without so much as a glance in their direction and headed toward the fenced sectors, where the faint sound of loud voices and gunfire could be heard. Charlie held still until the echo of their footsteps had faded, then released Peter. They couldn't stay to rest. The sounds Charlie was hearing no doubt meant that things were getting a little crazy out there and he didn't want any part of that. "Come on." Charlie helped Peter to his feet. "We have to keep moving." "But," Peter looked toward the gate, "what about Dr. Simon? He might need our help." Charlie hadn't the heart to tell him that Dr. Simon was far beyond anyone's help now. "He's a doctor. He can take care of himself. If we go back now, we'll only cause him more trouble." Peter looked at the gate a moment longer, then nodded. "Okay. Come on." Charlie took Peter's hand. "We have one more stop to make." Chapter 17. Like the medic unit, the special unit was surrounded by a brick wall topped with barbed wire. Unlike the medic unit, this wall was also surrounded by an electric fence. There were 2 guard towers on either side of the gate, each housing a mounted machine gun. If everything had gone to plan, Lily should have gone straight for the special unit after knocking out the electricity and the generators. Once there, she would lure the guards down from the towers so Charlie could go straight through the gate. Charlie's first clue that something had gone awry was the sudden burst of automatic gunfire that cut up the grass before them. With a sharp curse, Charlie backed up, dragging Peter with him. It was close, much too close. Something must have happened to Lily to prevent her from taking care of the guards. Charlie hated to think what that something might be, but at the moment he couldn't worry about it. He had to focus on the task at hand, which was going to be infinitely more difficult than he'd expected. "Let's go," Peter said, tugging at his arm. Charlie turned and knelt in front of him, putting both hands on his shoulders. "Miranda is on the other side of that wall. She's waiting for me to come get her, like I came to get you. Do you think I should let her down?" Peter sniffled, shook his head. "So, here's what I want you to do," Charlie said. "I want you run up that way." He pointed in the direction where he knew the officers' quarters lay, "and keep running, no matter what. Don't stop for anything and don't get close to anybody. You just run until you see a brick wall. Then go around behind it, not inside where the houses are. You'll find Alvin and other kids waiting there. But I want to stay with you. And I want you to stay, but I need to concentrate on getting to Miranda, and I can't do that if I have to be worried about you. Tell Alvin, tell him not to wait for me this side of the fence. But tell him to get everybody into the mountains. I'll catch up as soon as I can. Tears pooled in Peter's eyes. You promise? Charlie squeezed his shoulder. I promise. Peter threw his arm around Charlie's neck and Charlie hugged him back. Be careful, Peter said. I will. Charlie gently pulled Peter's arms from around his neck. Now go, Dot. Peter turned and ran off into the darkness. Charlie feared to see him go, feared the little boy would never make it to the others. But it had to be safer for him out there than it would be where Charlie was going. Charlie looked back toward the guard tower, unsure of how he was going to get past it. There were two figures in the tower now instead of one, and they looked as if they were struggling. Charlie's heart jumped. Did he dare to hope some friend was up in that tower? The figures grappled for a few minutes, then one of them went down. Charlie braced himself, in case more gunfire should follow. The figure that was still standing leaned out from the tower. What are you waiting for? Thomas called out. An engraved invitation? Charlie could hardly believe he could have such luck. He ran for the gate and had reached it before he thought to look toward the second tower. It was empty. Charlie allowed himself a small smile. Charlie opened the gate and stepped inside, meeting Thomas as he came down the steps from the tower. About time you got here, Thomas said. I never thought I would ever say this, Charlie said, but I'm glad to see you. Seeing as how I just saved your ass, you should be. Where's Miranda? She's inside. Thomas nodded toward a two-story brick building which sat in the center of the compound. It was flanked by two single-level rectangular buildings constructed of the same material. Thomas turned on his flashlight. She insisted there was something in the basement we need, but she wouldn't bring it up until you got here. She sent me out to watch for you. He started toward the building. Girl has a bossy streak. Charlie grinned. I noticed. The inside of the building was as plain and nondescript as the outside. The beam of the flashlight played across a curved desk with a bank of dead computers behind it. The room held nothing else. They went through a side door and down a metal staircase. Charlie followed close to Thomas, not wanting to be too far from the light. The dark stairwell reminded him somehow of the box back at the home. It left him feeling clammy and claustrophobic. The flashlight picked out the hulk of machinery beneath them. Above, iron pipes ran along the ceiling in a crisscross pattern. They stepped off the stairs and proceeded along a winding path between the machinery. How much further? Charlie asked. He hoped whatever Miranda was after was worth it. They could ill afford the time this was taking. Just up ahead. Thomas turned the corner. Charlie followed and was blinded by a sudden glare of white light. He lifted an arm to shield his face. What the something solid struck the side of his head. He hit the concrete floor hard on his knees. Take it easy now, no reason to get excited. The light swung away, allowing Charlie to see, but seeing did not equal understanding. Duncan? I'm really sorry about this, Charlie, Duncan said. It's nothing personal. I don't understand. Charlie's eyes darted to the side, where Miranda was bound and gagged and tied to a chair. What's going on here? You always were kind of dense, Thomas said. He was standing off to Charlie's left, idly tossing the flashlight from hand to hand. It's real simple, Charlie boy. This whole thing, this little plan, it's all over. Guess your girlfriend didn't see that coming, did she? Charlie glanced at Miranda again. She looked awfully calm for somebody tied to a chair. Duncan, you don't have to do this. You can come with us. Get out of this place. I am going to get out of this place, Duncan said, but not with you. I thought this whole thing over very carefully and decided my best option would be to capture you and turn you over to the proper authorities. Going along with this little prison break doesn't get me to my ultimate goal, which is to reach a prominent position in the scientific wing of the military, as my parents intended. You don't have to go along with it, Charlie said. But you could let us go. No, can't do that, Charlie boy. Thomas grinned. Capturing you and your little girlfriend here will get us recognized. Get us attention from the king. He'll have to see me now. Charlie stared hard at Thomas, noticing for the first time the thin sheen of sweat covering his face. He glanced at Duncan and noted a certain manic glint in his eyes. And even Miranda, her green eyes were placid and somewhat glassy. You're doing this because of the drugs, Charlie said. You're not thinking clearly. Shut up, Thomas said. You don't get a say in this. Enough talking, Duncan said. Tie him up. Let's get this over with. Thomas tucked the flashlight into his belt, then bent over and retrieved a length of cable from where it lay on the floor. He sauntered over to Charlie and knelt behind him. Grant can't help you out of this one. You're dead, elf blood. Dead. But maybe I'll ask them for a little leniency toward Miranda. I bet she'd warm right up to me if it meant saving her pretty head. A dark cloud dropped over Charlie's vision. The sleeping anger woke with a snarl, and this time he didn't even try to hold it down as it sprang from its dark hiding place. Charlie slammed the back of his head into Thomas's face, hearing a satisfying crunch and accompanying howl of pain. He jumped to his feet, intent upon Duncan, only to find himself suddenly lifted up into the air. Kill him. Thomas crouched on the floor, one hand pressed to his bleeding nose. Kill him. Charlie heard the words only dimly over the rush of anger in his head. Dangling there above the floor, there was little he could do, and so the anger surged and raged inside him until the dark cloud was tinged in a red mist. A vice gripped Charlie's throat. He gasped, wrapping his fingers around the edge of the metal collar. The collar was no tighter, yet it felt as if something were slowly squeezing off his windpipe. Charlie clawed uselessly at the collar, scratching his own skin to draw blood. A deep, burning pain spread across his chest as spots danced before his eyes. Miranda rocked her chair to the side, so that it collided with Duncan, who stumbled sideways, losing both his balance and his concentration. Charlie hit the floor on his feet and never felt the impact. He leapt forward, colliding with Duncan and knocking him to the ground. He got in one good, solid punch before he was flying through the air. Charlie smashed into the side of one of the machines. Duncan came up to his feet looking slightly dazed. Charlie, on the other hand, was neither dazed nor feeling any pain. A pipe came off the ceiling with a screech of rending metal and a hiss of escaped steam and spun straight for Charlie's head. He rolled out of the way, sprang to his feet, and hit Duncan squarely on the chin. Duncan went down and Charlie stood over him, trying to rein the anger back. He glanced toward Miranda. She gazed back at him, and then her eyes grew wide as she made a muffled sound. Charlie turned, striking Thomas a blow to the gut as the older boy was aiming to strangle him with the cable. He dropped Thomas with a kick to the back of the knee, then yanked the cable from his hands. Straddling the fallen boy, Charlie wrapped the cable around Thomas's throat and pulled it taut. From somewhere way in the back, Charlie's mind frantically sought to retake control. But the anger was raging now, and it would be satisfied with nothing short of Thomas's death. Charlie, stop! Charlie's head snapped up. Through a haze, he saw Grant step out of Spree's corridor of non-light, saw the sprite fluttering behind his shoulder. Charlie, Grant took a step toward him, let him go. But the anger knew all the pain, all the hurt, all the misery Thomas had inflicted upon Charlie, and it was out for revenge. He felt strange, unhinged, as if now that the sleeping beast was free from its cage it would never go back. Thomas squirmed, clawing at Charlie's hands as his face turned red. The haze shifted, but Charlie found it impossible to lift the cloud and still the anger. Charlie, please, Grant stepped toward him. Please, don't make me stop you. The threat was acknowledged and the anger loosened its hold on the cable, swinging around to focus on Grant. Charlie grabbed hold of the chains that once held the anger to its sleeping darkness. Charlie! Grant came yet closer. You don't want to kill him. He's our brother. Charlie jerked hard on the chains and the anger reluctantly sank back. There was no danger here now, not to him and not to Miranda, and the anger, though reluctant to retreat without satisfying the urge to kill, sank deeper, giving over control once more to Charlie. But the anger did not drift back into sleep, there in the darkness, nor was it chained again as it once had been. Charlie released the cable and backed away from Thomas. What did you say? He looked at Grant with wide, disbelieving eyes. I said he's our brother, Charlie, yours and mine. Grant glanced down at Thomas. We share the same father, . You lie, Thomas gasped, rubbing his sore throat. Our father would never lie down with an elf. He didn't know she was an elf, not until after she was pregnant. Charlie suddenly had to sit. All at once, he was aware of pain all over his body, with the worst complaint coming from his back and ribs, but mostly it was the shock to his sense of himself that put him on the floor. Grant knelt beside him, laying a hand on his shoulder. I should have told you a long time ago. But you were young and this was a terrible secret, a secret our father went to great lengths to hide. I was afraid that if you knew you might somehow let it slip, and there's no telling what our father might have done if he'd known you were there at the home with Thomas and me. Brothers? He blinked at Grant, and then glanced at Thomas. All of us? Are you sure? Grant laughed. I'm sure. He stood. I promise to explain everything to you later. Right now, we have to focus on getting out of here. He went to untie Miranda from the chair. Charlie remained where he was, warily watching Thomas. Brothers, the idea was almost too much for him to process. He was glad to think Grant was his brother, but Thomas? If it was true, if his father was King Richard, that meant he was a prince. Not that he would ever be recognized as such, being in elf blood. It also meant that the man who raised him for the first 7 years of his life was not his father at all. So how had his name come to be on Charlie's record? As soon as she was untied, Miranda rushed to Charlie and threw her arms around his neck. She didn't smell so much like strawberries anymore, but he didn't care. He put his arms around her and hugged her back. You have to go after Lily, she said, drawing away from him. Grant and I will make sure the other kids are okay. I don't think we should leave Charlie alone, Grant said. I think Charlie can take care of himself. She stood, drawing Charlie to his feet along with her. I go where Charlie go, Spree said, that stubborn look on her face. No, Charlie shook his head. You go with Grant, look after Peter for me. Spree's face scrunched, but she made no objection. What about him? Charlie nodded toward Duncan, who still lay on the floor, unconscious. Leave him, Grant said. He deserves whatever he gets. A muffled explosion sounded from somewhere outside, shaking the very foundation of the basement and causing motes of dust to drift down on them. Miranda glanced at the ceiling, then back at Charlie. You better go, now. Chapter 18. Smoke curled into the night sky, obscuring the light of moon and stars. As Charlie crept around the fenced sectors, he heard the staccato sound of distant gunfire, the thump of running feet, the clomp of horse hooves. He followed the lurid red glow of a massive fire, taking great care to avoid escaped prisoners, guards, and soldiers. He'd asked Lily what she was going to do to the Magestone, now he knew. Just how she'd gone about blowing the thing up was beyond him, but he certainly intended to ask her once they were in the mountains and safely away from this place. Debris was scattered along the way as Charlie moved toward the fire. Charred bricks, bits of twisted metal, smoldering pieces of wood, littered the road. And bodies. Some of them dead from bullet wounds, others obviously caught in the barrage of the debris following the blast. Charlie avoided looking at these, keeping both his eyes and his mind focused on the task ahead. He reached the end of the fenced sectors and could go no further. The main compound no longer existed. In its place was a roaring fire that sent great gouts of orange-red flames into the night sky. Ash rained down like dirty snow. There was nothing for the fire to catch hold of, as the camp was made up mostly of brick and metal, and no blowing wind to send a seeking spark airborne. Charlie thought the blaze would stay where it was until it burned itself out, or so he hoped. He hated to think of what might happen if the flames reached the stores of diranium, which were held in large metal containers on the far side of the camp. Charlie skirted the fire, unsure of where to go now to look for Lily. Then he began to consider that perhaps it was not the fire that had drawn him in this direction, but the blood bond Lily had spoken of. If she could sense his presence from a distance, there should be no reason why he couldn't do the same. So he moved with no intent, allowing some inner instinct to take him where he needed to go. The air grew thick with smoke, forcing Charlie to retreat back toward the sectors. He began to despair of ever finding Lily. He didn't want to leave her there, but with every passing second the likelihood that he would be caught loomed larger. Charlie had just reached the first sector when he heard a voice. He dropped to a crouch and peered around the corner. Guard Marlborough and Lily were standing side by side in the middle of the road. "Anybody? Can anybody hear me?" Guard Marlborough released his calm with an oath. "Come on." He grabbed hold of the chain linking the collar and cuff Lily wore, and pulled her toward where Charlie was crouched. Charlie tensed as they neared. The guard held his rifle loosely in his right hand with the muzzle pointed toward the ground. Charlie focused his gaze on the rifle and waited until the guard had stepped up even with him, then leapt up, intending to startle the man and take the rifle from him before he knew what was happening. But he misjudged his step and, instead of grabbing the rifle, collided with Guard Marlborough, knocking him off balance. The three of them went down in a heap. Lily managed to crawl away, leaving Charlie and Guard Marlborough to wrestle for the rifle. The struggle was a short one. The larger man had little trouble pushing Charlie away and climbing to his feet. Charlie scrambled to his feet as well, putting himself between the guard and Lily. Guard Marlborough stood, panting, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he faced Charlie and Lily. "I hope to see you again, Elfblood." He lifted his rifle. "Now I can get rid of both of you and make the world a better place for it." The anger leapt up, spurring Charlie to grab hold of the rifle even as Guard Marlborough fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past Charlie's head, but he heard it only as a faint whomp over the sudden rush in his ears. Charlie jerked the rifle free from the grasp of the stunned guard, then slammed it but first into his face with all the power this strange magic afforded him. Guard Marlborough's face caved in as the gun crushed his skull. Down he went, and Charlie had no doubt that he was dead. The anger retreated so swiftly it left Charlie feeling disoriented and lightheaded, with a faint ringing in his ears. He gazed down at the dead man and felt a dull kind of horror creep through him. It felt good, right, yet horribly wrong. His stomach clenched and he looked away, feeling ill. Lily lay on the ground behind him, a slow stain of red spreading across her chest. With a gasp, Charlie dropped to his knees beside her. "Lily?" She stared back at him with glassy eyes, her face contorted with pain. Her lips parted, but all that escaped was a thin, gasping breath. "Do something." Charlie took hold of her hand and laid it over the wound in her chest. "Heal yourself. You need." "What? What do I need to do? Tell me how I can help you, Adot." Lily lifted her other hand and laid it over his. "You need the magic." A warm glow surrounded their hands. "What are you doing?" Panic fluttered in Charlie's chest. "Are you healing yourself?" Lily smiled thinly. "Keep your vow. I'll always be with you." Warmth shot up Charlie's arm and into his chest, filling him with its golden glow. Lily let out one final breath, then she was still. Charlie slipped his hand from hers and stood on trembling legs. The sounds of battle shook all around him, but still he took a moment to say a silent goodbye. Then he ran. Ran with tears in his eyes, ran with a purpose, ran with all his strength toward the brick wall surrounding the officers' quarters. Around the back he found a gaping hole in the fence, as Lily had said would be there. There was no sign of anyone else and he hoped that meant they had already made it through. Charlie passed through both fences and into the dark mountains. He picked his way uncertainly forward. Shapes loomed up around him. He knew them for the rocks that they were, and still they left him feeling unnerved. Then one of the shapes moved. Charlie froze, squinting into the darkness. The beam of a flashlight struck his face and his heart jumped. Then Miranda was in his arms and he was holding her awkwardly, too aware of the blood on his hands. "Oh, Charlie, I was so scared. At first I was sure you would be fine, but then the drugs started wearing off and I wasn't so sure anymore and she gave a tremulous laugh, "and I'm babbling, aren't I?" "I don't mind," Charlie said. "I'm just glad to see you're all right." He looked past her at the flashlight. "Grant, is that you?" The light shifted toward the ground. Grant grinned at him. "It's about time you got here. I was seriously considering leaving you behind." Charlie laughed, more a release of pent-up nerves than an expression of mirth. "I don't think Spree would have let you do that. Where are the others?" "We found a cave to hide in, along that way." Grant pointed behind them with the flashlight. "Miranda wanted to be here when you came through the fence. And so did I. It's good to see you alive." "It's good to be alive." Miranda stepped away from him, looking back toward the camp. "Where's Lily?" Charlie looked down at his bloody hands. She didn't make it." She touched his arm. "I'm sorry. We owe her so much." "Yeah." Charlie thought of the little silver disc tucked away in his pocket. "Come on," Grant said. "We should get back to the cave before anybody sees us." Grant started down the rocky path, lighting the way with his flashlight, while Charlie and Miranda followed after. As soon as they stepped through the cave entrance, Peter jumped to his feet and flung himself at Charlie. "I did just like you said." He looked up at Charlie. "I ran and I didn't stop for anything." With a smile, Charlie reached down and ruffled the boy's hair. "You did a good job." Peter beamed back at him. Spree fluttered over to land on Charlie's shoulder. "You much trouble me. I not have such trouble long time." Grant laughed. Trouble is his specialty. The other kids gathered around, talking, asking questions, mostly wanting to know what was going to happen next, and all of them looking to Charlie for the answers. It was a strange situation for a boy who, such a short time ago, had proclaimed he wanted nothing more than to be invisible. Thomas, who stood off to the side, glowered at them. Charlie pretended not to notice. "All right, enough," Miranda said. The others fell silent. "Let's give Charlie some room to breathe. He's been through a lot." She took a firm hold of Charlie's arm and drew him a little further into the cave. "Here, lie down and rest," she said. "Are you sure we're safe here?" Charlie glanced toward the cave entrance, which was not particularly well hidden from the eyes of any who might pass by. "We're safe enough," she said, drawing him down beside her as she sat, "for now. It will be dawn in a few hours. Grant and I already discussed it and we feel it'll be safer to make our way out of the mountains in the daylight. But what about the guards, the soldiers? I don't think we'll have to worry about them for a while. Things are pretty confused in the camp. Besides, everybody needs a rest." Charlie couldn't disagree with that. He leaned back against the rough rock wall. Miranda laid her head against his shoulder and, with a smile, he closed his eyes and slept. 19. The campfire burned brightly. They were 2 weeks' travel north of the mountains, sheltered in a grove of oak trees. It was a pleasantly cool night, the sky sprinkled with stars, and they had seen no signs of pursuit. There was a general air of contentment over the camp, even now Charlie could hear people talking, laughing, enjoying their newfound freedom, despite the hardships of a long trek with little food or water. They'd picked up others who had escaped from the camp as they made their way out of the mountains, adding much-needed numbers to their little army. For an army was what they were, and not doubt about it. A ragtag army with perhaps a dozen stolen guns between them and no training. An army set to march upon King's City and face down the king's own troops. Nobody said it out loud, but they needed to grow in both numbers and arms before they would have any chance of coming out the victors in such a confrontation. Grant was confident they would find more troops in King's City, the army Pierce had promised him. But how large an army he couldn't say. Not that Charlie thought it mattered much. It seemed to him there was little hope of overpowering the king's army, especially since Grant was still stubbornly insistent upon speaking with his father first. The adults didn't seem to mind taking orders from a bunch of kids, not even Margot, though she certainly didn't hesitate to voice her opinion when she had one, which she usually did. Charlie thought that had more to do with Miranda than anything else. She had this magnetic personality, this force, that simply demanded attention. It was she who had convinced the other escapees to join them. Grant might be the leader of this army, but it was only because of Miranda. That he had an army to lead in the first place. And then there was Thomas, who was, for all intents and purposes, their prisoner. Miranda had been working on him, trying to bring him around, but so far he wasn't having any of it. Charlie might have protested her even making the attempt if he hadn't had something else weighing heavy on his mind. This something else was the reason he was standing apart from the others, under a particularly ancient oak tree with widespread limbs. He'd sent Spree to bring Grant and Miranda here to him, thinking it would be easier to talk to them in private. While Charlie waited, he worked out what he was going to say in his mind, and by the time Spree returned with them, he felt as sure of himself and his intentions as he was likely to get. "Is something wrong?" Grant asked. "Spree said you wanted to see us, but she wouldn't say why." Now that the moment was at hand, he found the words much harder to say aloud than he'd expected. "You're leaving us," Miranda said. Charlie sighed. "Yeah." "What?" Grant frowned. "What do you mean by leaving? Where do you think you're going?" "There's something I have to do," Charlie said. "What are you talking about?" "The only thing you have to do is stay here, with us, . "No," Miranda said. "He's right. He has to go." She smiled, though there were tears in her green eyes. "I always knew you were destined for great things, Charlie." "I don't understand." Grant's tone was confused with a hint of anger. "Where are you going?" "Kiloreen." "What?" Grant looked at Charlie as if he'd lost his mind. "Why would you want to go there?" "I know you might not understand this, but I promised I would do something for Lily, something important, and after all she did for us, I think I have to keep that promise." "This is crazy." Grant shook his head. "How are you going to cross the border?" "They don't allow elves into Kiloreen." "Spree and I already have it all worked out," Charlie said. "You don't have to worry. I'll be fine." "But He ran a hand through his hair. "I haven't had a chance to explain, about your parents." "It's okay. I'll be back before you know it and we can talk all about it then. Will you tell Peter goodbye for me?" "I can't bring myself to do it." Grant nodded. "You better be careful out there. And you," he looked at Spree, "better bring him back to me safe." The sprite nodded solemnly. Grant looked back at Charlie, the glint of a tear in his eyes. "Then I guess this is goodbye, brother." Grant gave him a rough embrace, then turned and strode purposefully back toward the campfire. Charlie felt his throat close up as he watched Grant go. "Brother." Not a word he ever thought he would hear someone call him. It felt good. "You don't really know when you'll be back, do you?" Miranda asked. Charlie shook his head. "But I'll try to come as quickly as I can." That's a promise. I don't want to say goodbye, Miranda said. It's too final. I wish I could say I know we'll see each other again, but I can't. Without the drugs, I'm back to being plain old me, with fuzzy feelings and no clear idea of what they mean. I like plain old you. Charlie reached out and shyly brushed a lock of hair from her cheek. I've always liked plain old you. Miranda reached up and caught hold of his hand. You will be careful, won't you? You do know what you're doing? Sure, Charlie said, though in truth he only had the vaguest of ideas. I'm more worried about you. It's fine to talk of righting wrongs and stopping wars, but it's another thing to go about accomplishing it. There's going to be a fight, no way around that, and, whether or not Grant becomes king, nothing's ever going to be the same again. Change can be a good thing. Miranda leaned forward and brushed her lips against his. Then she stepped back. I'll see you later, Charlie. Charlie swallowed, still tasting her lips on his. He looked up at Spree. Time to go. The sprite dropped down from the branch on which she was sitting and pressed her hands against the trunk of the tree. The corridor of non-light opened. As Charlie stepped into the corridor, he looked back at Miranda. She smiled and gave him a little wave. He waved back, but couldn't manage a smile in return. He was not at all sure that he would see her, or Grant, or any of them ever again. He took one last, long look at her, trying to memorize every line of her face, then he turned and followed Spree into the uncertain future. End Book 1.